Oh. I was waiting for it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I believe we're all here that need to be to start our meeting, so we're going to start. I will call the meeting to order. And just introduce the council here in the room in Dunchurch. I have with me Councillor Janice Bray, Councillor Joe Lamb, and Councillor Scott Nash. Councillor Brian Woods is on the Zoom call, out in the room. We have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, here in the room with us, and our fire chief, Bob Whitman. And we have a couple of guests on the line who are going to be presenting, so I'll introduce them a little bit later. Anyway, as we usually do, we're going to start with the playing of our national anthem, followed by our Indigenous Land Acknowledgement Statement. The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any councillor has a pecuniary interest to disclose in today's proceedings. Okay, we'll let the record show that none was declared. Next, we need a motion to approve our agenda for today. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, I'll ask our CAO to call the roll, please.
Councillor Bray?
Yes.
Councillor Lamb?
Yes.
Councillor Nash?
Yes.
Councillor Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Comrie?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
Thank you. So our next item on the agenda is a presentation by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. And what we're going to do, actually, for the bulk of this meeting, we have another item as well that we're going to do in committee of the whole. So I'll ask for a motion to move into committee of the whole, please. Mover and seconder.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Woods.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bray.
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion is carried.
So,
It is 4:10 PM. Thank you.
thank you. We're in committee of the whole now. And our first item in committee of the whole is a presentation, as I said, by the Ministry of Natural Resources. And we have with us today I believe our primary presenter is Mohammed Khan, who is part of the engineering group in Peterborough. And he has the project file for the possible reconstruction and divestment of the Cashagaba Lake Dam. And so that's the presentation. We also have with us from MNRF, Amanda Vincent. I think, yes, she is. Amanda, hi, Amanda. Amanda is, you can tell me if I've got this right. You are in fact the acting superintendent for Parry Sound District, am I right?
Very close, Mayor Comrie. I'm acting district supervisor out of the Bracebridge Work Center, which oversees the water management program.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. And then we have Megan Powell also. And she's part of the same group, right?
Absolutely. Megan Powell is our resource management coordinator with the focus on water management. Sorry there, Megan.
Yes, hello, everyone.
All right, so welcome all of you, and welcome Mohammed. He has put together a PowerPoint presentation for us to kind of bring everybody up to date on where things are at with the Cashagaba Lake Dam. Those of you who were on council last term would have received the report of the environmental assessment and the recommendations with respect to what should be done with that dam. But I don't want to take anything away from the presentation, so I'm just going to turn it over to Mohammed, and when he's finished, we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Comrie. Thank you very much for this introduction. So I am the senior project engineer working out of Peterborough with MNRF Engineering Unit. And I have been working on this project since 2019. And we have gone too far on this project. So I will be briefing all that project, but presentation will be started by my colleague Amanda. So, and I will jump on later. So Amanda, over to you.
All right, Mohammed, and I understand that you will be sharing the slide deck.
Yes, let me share that. Share screen. Screen 2. I think it is shared now.
I can see it. That's perfect. So thank you, Mayor Comrie, and respected councillors and staff for the opportunity to provide some more information about the Cashagaba Lake Dam reconstruction project. We'll go through a quick overview of what we plan to include in this presentation. Next slide, Mohammed, please. And so today we'll briefly describe the MNRF and our mandate with reference to dams. include a history of the Cashagaba Lake Dam and the work we've done so far with the municipality of Whitestone, the recent environmental assessment and the preparation of the detailed design for the replacement of the dam. And finally, we'll cover future steps to complete the dam reconstruction and transfer ownership to the municipality. We've incorporated some time for questions at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. All right, so MNRF's mandate in general is as the steward of Ontario's forests, fisheries, wildlife, mineral aggregates, and crown lands. We own 310 dams in the province of Ontario, and dams are managed under the Lakes and Rivers Improvement Act and the administrative guides and their technical bulletins. MNRF is responsible for approving the construction, maintenance, operations, repair of dams and the associated infrastructure. And we use a risk-based approach to prioritize funding for repairs and reconstructions of our own infrastructure. And we are currently in the process of seeking approval for funding for the reconstruction of the Cashagaba Dam. Next slide, please, Mohammed. So a brief history of the dam is that it's located in Lot 12, Concession 10 of Burton Township, originally constructed in the early 1900s as a timber crib. It was replaced in 1948 with a concrete structure and then replaced again in 1996 with another timber crib structure that's immediately upstream of the remains of the former concrete dam. In 2002, the ministry completed what's called a dam safety assessment for the dam. And then in 2006, 2014, and 2019, engineering inspections were completed on the dam that noted leaking and deteriorated conditions. Next slide, please, Mohammed. So here we have a series of pictures that show the condition of the dam over time. In the top left corner, we have the dam in 2001, which is about 5 years after it was reconstructed. And moving over to the right, we have it again in 2006, down to 2009 with some debris. And the final one is 2010. Next slide. And we're continuing on with how the dam looks over time. In the top left corner, we have 2014, 2019 to the right, that shows the remnants of the 1948 structure. Again, the bottom left is 2019 photograph with remnants of the old concrete structure. And the final picture is 2020 with a fair amount of debris accumulated on the surface of the dam. Next slide, please, Mohammed. So the ministry has been in discussions about the future of the Cashagaba Dam with the municipality for some time. The potential interest in the dam started in 2012 and allowed MNRF to move ahead with funding for the environmental assessment and the design process. Mayor Comrie has been a member of the project team and has provided input throughout the process and has ensured that municipal interests were incorporated into the environmental assessment and design phase of the dam. Next, please, Mohammed. All right, so this slide just outlines the EA sequence for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Resource Stewardship and Facility Development Category B project. A contact list of over 100 individuals, groups, agencies, landowners, Indigenous communities, and other stakeholders was prepared. Contacts were initiated via direct mail out, and project information was provided to anyone who expressed an interest in receiving that information. As you may know, the project report was made available on the Municipality of Whitestone website. And on December 1st, 2022, a notice of completion was issued for the project summary. We are currently responding to 2 provincial agencies' comments on that project summary report. Next, please, Mohammed. And this is where the information gets rather technical. So I'm going to pass the torch over to Mohammed. Thank you.
Yes, Amanda. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. So we have gone through for a designing process. Before we design, we have gone through a lot of studies like site investigation and a detailed hydrology and geotechnical and other studies done. And we have done a detailed dam design drawing specifications, and those are like ready to contract farm shape initially. And according to studies, according to dam safety reports, so we have classified this dam as a low dam. So there are actually basically 4 classifications, which are low, moderate, high, and very high. So this is on the lowest end. And hazard potential classification of a dam is based on the idea, like if dam fails, what happens to the loss of life, economic losses, and environmental losses, and cultural and heritage losses. So based on that assessment, a dam's hazard potential classification is determined. And after that determination, inflow design flood is determined, like which type of flood this dam can withstand or will be able to pass. So for low, usually the IDF ranges from 25-year return period flood to 100-year flood. But on the safer side, on conservative side, we have chosen 100-year flood for the design of this dam. So construction cost in today's terms will be about 2.25 billion, which also includes the construction cost plus the cost of our project managers, contract administrators on site who will be looking after the construction and the quality of the work and schedule and all environmental compliance, etc. Those things. So we are planning to construct it in 2014, but as Amanda mentioned, we are still in the process of applying for funding along with some other dams. So that will be subject to funding. So because of the new concrete technologies and all that stuff, life expectancy can be, we can expect a 100-year life expectancy. So at this dam, this is a self-regulated weir. So there is no operational required, and its weir will automatically maintain its existing water levels. So in case of operational dams, we need some person, we need some resources to operate the dam, like to pull the logs, to put in the logs during different periods, etc. But there is no such requirement. Because of this weir and not much, so the maintenance will be almost negligible, although there will be little bit, we usually inspect the dams after every 5 years, some that kind. But even with this good type of concrete and good construction quality, even after 100 years, it may still exist. There may be some concrete patches or some plastering repair required, but not much maintenance as it is required by an operational dam. So this is the plan of the dam, where this is the these are some uh, old remnants of concrete, those dam. And then there is this wooden planks and dam. But these, according to our detailed study and design and considering various options with the consultants suggested a concrete dam just downstream of the actually touching the existing dam, but on downstream side, a concrete dam. This concrete dam will be, so this is like old concrete, old dam concrete, and just beside it, we will have a new concrete dam, and it is a reinforced concrete dam. So, and for enhanced strength and stability, it will have some concrete anchors and dowels into the rock. So that will give an additional strength to this dam. And you have seen in the pictures, there are some log accumulation. So its design is such there will be, because that was some kind of a flat surface. So, but here there will be less accumulation of debris and there will be regulated flow over the dam. And with this design, there will be also less chances of accumulation of snow and snow loads on this dam. So that is benefit of it. And for this constructor, the contractor will be bound to for all municipal or other provincial agencies the permits and other requirements. And there will be on site our representative, a consultant for contract administration, for construction management, schedule management, and quality management, all that stuff. So, and during this period, to maintain the levels on the dam, I mentioned like we have a full-fledged hydraulics study, but for during construction as well, we have done a separate hydrology study for that summer period, what flood we can expect and how we will pass through that construction during that construction period. So the basic responsibility of managing the water rests with the contractor, but we have provided a guideline for that purpose as well. So if not proceeding with the project, this was so if dam may continue to determine and leakage may continue to happen, and of course it needs some repair or the reconstruction. When we were talking the municipality, so we have a good example of relationship with the municipality of Bawa Kashik Dam. The difference here is like that was built in about 2004, but it was funded by multi-funding agencies. But and it was later acquired by the municipality of Whitestone. But here MNRF is almost completing all the funding, so spending on the environment, construction management. All costs will be borne by the Ministry of Natural Resources, so that there is no ongoing maintenance requirement once it is handed over. So this is the Bawa Kashik old dam, and this is that new dam picture. So here, after the completion, municipality, we will hand over all the hydrology, geotechnical reports, design drawings, public safety around dams, and also public safety signs, booms, which are basically MNRF customized, but we can discuss and we can coordinate to have the specific to the municipality as well. So, and we will obviously providing all support during that transition if it is taken over. So MNRF expectation is that divestment process to initiate similar to Wawa Vashkish Dam, and maybe a resolution of the council for by municipality, and some kind of a formal transfer or a commitment to acquire the dam. So this is an opportunity for the municipality to further uh, uh, explore this opportunity. So that's it for me, and I and Amanda are here to answer your questions if you have.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. We'll open the floor to questions from councilors. Probably a lot of information to absorb in a short period of time. I was going to mention, I believe that I did send to the members of the previous council, or offered to at least send the report of the environmental assessment and the design report. I haven't alluded to those. They have a great deal more detail about everything that they, the company that did it was WSP. You saw the cover page of the report on one of the slides. But we do have those documents, and anybody who would like to look at them, we can certainly get them, email them to you. They're
Even
fairly
after,
detailed, but there's lots of good information there about.
yes, we have taken a long time to complete this, and we have almost covered all aspects of the design, which is far as standard dam can be taken out. So we do have, as an MNRF, we have a dual responsibility, like managing the dam as a owner, as well the managing dams as a regulator. So we also try to have all those standards and of under the LRA to apply on ourselves to set an example for others. So we have tried our best to get a design to the best of the standards, which are MNRF and by other agencies. And if you have any question, please let me know, and can send me the questions later on as well if you wish to.
Okay, thanks. Are there any, who wants to go first? Councilor Lamb?
Yeah. Thank you, Mohammed and Amanda and Megan. I've been on council for 16 years, so I remember some of this stuff, but certainly not all of it. So some of it is news to me. I've got several questions, but I won't bog everything down, but let me cut to the chase. So you own the dam, being the province. It's deteriorating. You have to do work on it. You want to transfer the ownership and the liability for all that to the municipality, whether that's 100 years from now or 75 years from now or whatever. I guess my question is, what's in it for us? Why would we take that on as and I know we did at Wawashkesh, but I'm a little older and a little wiser. Are you trying to say to us, my question is, are you trying to say to us, unless you commit to taking ownership of this, we're not going to do that work? Is that what you're saying to us?
No, I'm not saying that, but all that work which was started was the start. So actually we have a dam risk-based approach to maintain our. So we have 300 some dams to maintain and to repair and maintain, and we do funding based on that. What is urgency and what that necessity is. And but work on this dam which we started was based on this premise, like since 2012, like from the municipality of having interest in So we took as the opportunity as well. So we started our work based on that premise. That I'm saying.
Okay, so the work you're doing or proposing to do in 2024 and the funding for it has nothing to do with the decision, which we obviously aren't going to make today, but it has
Yes.
nothing to do with the decision of whether we're going to take ownership of that dam or not, right?
We started the work on that premise, but if that premise is changed, then we have to like reevaluate and maybe I have to go back to management and
What does that mean?
pick
You
them.
have to reevaluate.
Reevaluate means I have to go back to my management. I may not be in such position to make that decision right now. And for you also, it is we are not asking today. Just to have this. We are putting this information out, and why we started. We are telling them, and you can discuss. You can have more if you want some more clarifications. We can have those questions, answers as well. But um, um, then I have to go back to my management.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand, but again, I don't want to belabor the point, but at my first question was, is the work contingent on us taking over the dam? And you said, no, it isn't. It would carry on. I think I heard you say, no, it's not contingent. And then when I pressed a little further, you said about going back to someone. So
Yes,
I'll
because
go back to my first question. Is taking over the dam or is the repairs on the dam, which are 2.25 million, are they contingent on us taking over the dam? Like, is this going to die on the vine if we don't take the dam over or not? Yes or no?
so I'm not able to give yes or no answer. That's why like we started this work since 29 based on this premise. Like we are doing this investment, like this dam will be taken over based on that. So if for that question to answer, I have to get back to my management.
Okay, I've got other questions, but I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have a few questions. I don't know the full background on the dam from the previous council. But when I look at your presentation, there was a letter from the municipality within the package. And in there, I highlighted a few words. It says it would be conceivable that the council or the municipality would be able to provide a supporting resolution to agreement in principle. And it also speaks to that this would only happen once we are there's satisfactory on remediation of the dam. So I guess I don't think we've ever, unless I'm wrong, we've never said that we would take it over. We're just saying that there's a possibility we'd take it over. So am I right on that, or is there another document or resolution somewhere that wasn't included in here? Because all I read is it says it's conceivable that we'll take it over and we may provide something in principle, but have we ever done that with the M&R? Can you answer that, Mohammed, Amanda, or Megan? Or is this all still just a possibility that we'd take it over?
Yes, this is an opportunity yet, but as I was alluding earlier, so we started this work on this dam based on this promise.
Right, but okay, but it's not a promise. There's no promise in any way, shape, or form. It says it's conceivable that we will.
So we did not
So,
want it.
hold-
We did not want it like the dam to give to municipality in this deteriorated condition. So we wanted like to have it repair in a good repair condition where there will be no extra expense on the municipality. So we
Yep.
started based on that.
Perfect, but again, we've never said we would. We just said it's conceivable that we might. There's a big difference between we will and conceivable notion that we might. It also says that we need an agreement with the Magneto Pioneers Association to do ongoing maintenance. So there would be ongoing costs to remove the floats, I'll call it, in this fall and put them back in the spring. So there is ongoing maintenance. But I guess one question I'd have is, I appreciate the presentation you've done, but I must admit, I'm a little disappointed. If there is an environmental assessment done, why do we not have it in front of us at our meeting today? And why is council, we're doing a presentation and we have a 10-point or 10-page or something PowerPoint presentation. We have no past reports in front of us. We have no past assessments in front of us. We don't have the environmental assessment in front of us. And I would certainly hope that the public, certainly members of Bolger and Cachagoma Lake, I'm sure would be more than interested to see the multiple reports and documents. And I'm sure many people in the municipality, if we're going to end up taking something over that in 100 years is probably going to cost $30 or $40 million to replace, I'm sure would want to see everything. And I guess I'll pass it on after I ask one more question. We'll come back at the end. But it also had said in here that the municipality engineer would need to review and approve the design. Has that been done yet? And if so, when did the municipality engineer review and approve the proposed dam?
Yes, for that purpose, since we started this EA and design project, we asked the municipality to send a representative, sit and the project team, and George Khumri, mayor, was then mentioned to us as a representative to the project team. So municipality, we have involved municipality in the project, throughout the project, in the meetings, and we have sent these reports. This EA report is available, I think, still also on the municipality website, and all requirement of consultation under the environmental assessment was completed. About more than 100, I think, mail outs were sent. Reports was available in various places as well on the website too.
Okay, great. But in our 2012 letter, it clearly states that the engineer, the municipality engineer would need to do it. So maybe I'll ask the mayor. Mr. Mayor, have we sent out this design to an engineer? And if so, when was that contract awarded and what are the comments back?
No, well, let me start at the beginning.
I don't,
The-
Mr.
the-
Mayor, hold on.
no.
I don't need you to start at the beginning. I'm
No,
asking. a
you asked
simple-
some other questions
No,
first
but
before this one.
I didn't ask those to you. I asked them to M&R. It's a simple question.
I-
Simply,
I'm going to respond to them, Councillor Nash. I have the floor.
actually, I
The-
have, Mr.
the-
Mayor,
the-
hold on. Mr. Mayor, I have the floor, not you, please. I have
You
the
asked the
floor.
question, I have the floor.
I asked a question
Yeah.
on a specific
And
question.
I will speak until I'm finished.
Mm.
Does you want to be out of order?
Oh, feel free to call me out of order like you do every meeting, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
So to start with, the environmental assessment and this report that I alluded to was posted on our website. It was provided to council at the time, and I apologize, it wasn't provided to you. We should have got that to you before this meeting. So but it is available. It is on the website, in fact. I think it's still there. Am I right? It was posted, and it was posted because with an environmental assessment, there's a public comment period. And you will see that in the final report, the comments that were made by various people who responded to it are there. To answer your second question, it was not sent to the municipality's engineer. The step that we're at is determining whether or not the council, Whitestone Council, wishes to proceed on the basis of divestiture of the dam, because that was, as you've heard, that was that possibility was the thing that got it up on above the list above the the cutoff on the list of possible dam projects that MNRF has. If we were going to do that, of course, then, and if it's the wish of council to do what was said in the 2012 letter, then we would engage an independent engineer and send it to that person. But I don't think we would want to incur the expense of doing that if it's not the wish of council to proceed on that basis. If the MNRF is going to do it on their own, going to do something on their own, they don't need, without our involvement, then they don't need our engineers' opinion on the matter. So that's, I think that answers all of your questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, but again,
Still, engineering report is
Um,
available, design report is available, anyone can comment on it.
okay, thank you very much, Mohammed. But
No
again,
problem.
I guess one of my main questions is, I don't think it's to you, Mohammed, but I think it's to us as a municipality. We often have public meetings for comments, but it's in a meeting form, not posted on a website, buried somewhere on a website, and we say we got some comments back and it's still there. Why do we not have a 200-page report in front of us at council for this stuff when we're talking about divesting of a dam? Why is it being, to me, it's being buried? And we should have all the information in front of us. We should have the environmental report in front of us. We should have the past reports in front of us. They should all be posted on the website under Bolger Dam Initiative, municipality investment, or whatever it might be. Instead, we skirt these questions, and it's almost like it sees if it gets slid under the rug. I will never support taking over an M&R dam by a municipality as long as I'm on this council, because it should be the M&R's responsibility. They already look after 310 dams. They can continue to look after the one we have, and they have a responsibility to do it. Just like the Don Valley Parkway or DVP, you don't see, or, you know, a better example would be Highway 124 right in front of us. I don't think you see the municipality jumping, saying we want to take over the highway and we'll pay for all the improvements going forward after an initial investment. The municipality is on a very tight budget as it is, and we're just going to be putting ourselves out there that much more for something that we really have no obligation to take over. Like I know Lake Wawashkesh Dam was put in at a different height. There's been complaints for years to the water levels there and islands being washed away and whatever it might be. And I think that's just an example of why we as a municipality would not want to take over the responsibility, let somebody else do it, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Some, are there questions from other councillors who have spoken? Councillor Bray.
Yes, thank you. I did actually find the reconstruction project evaluation through your presentation. Thank you, Mohammed. I was able to click on it, and it took me right to the our municipal website with the project. And I think I remember reading it before when I was looking over our website to see what other reports were available. My one question is, in 1948, the dam was replaced with a concrete structure. So this structure has lasted about 75 years now. And this one is going to last 100. Is there anything different in this one that makes it a stronger, better construction than the one in 1948? And
Yes.
that will help us to know what kind of repairs and maintenance or replacement might come in 100 years. Thank you.
That dam did not last much, because after that, then we have to that timber crib dam replace that. But that concrete was like, at that time there was that was no, without reinforcement. There was some local material used. Now we have advanced technology. We have put a reinforcement. We have restricted. We have much more aggressive specifications. And now we also have like kind of a portable mixing things, which can be easily transported to the site and made there as well. So, and the material size has been restricted in this specification. Earlier in that you can see like the boulders have been even used. So now we have an advanced technology and we have a more robust design here. And I mentioned like we have anchors now in it. So it is at a very small place, at a very small location, and it's a huge concrete there. So it will last longer than that one. And I was expecting that question.
I have-
Go-
Does
go
does that
ahead.
answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Actually, yes, I realized I went a bit too far because I think you did replace it with some
Yeah.
wooden structure, wooden timber. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the other question I had, is there any possibility, because this is so remote, and of course, it's remote for you for MNFR, and it's also remote for us as a municipality to get there to have any of the work done or anything. Are there grants or is there any means by which the government would encourage and incentivize municipalities to do such a thing and take over a dam that, for us would be quite difficult for us to get there and get equipment and materials and things like that? Is there any programs, plans, or ideas about helping municipalities do this? Thank you.
I'm not aware of any such program. Amanda, can you, if you are aware of?
No, that's an excellent question, and I'm not aware of any such program or grants. That is something that Mohammed and I will take back and ask for more information on ourselves, if that's okay, to get back to you on that.
Thank you. That would be great. And Mr. Mayor, I have one more question.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
please.
When I was reading the comments by different people who did comment on the project, I was interested in the concerns about people who were on the island, living on the islands, whether we would be maintaining the water level that I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know what the water level is right now. I can't remember, but maintaining it so that their land will, the flow would be appropriate enough to make sure that they weren't going to be flooded, but also that they weren't going to not have enough water in order to, I gather it's to make it through some of the small, narrow areas between lakes. Is that correct? I think, and would you be maintaining the water level with the dam at this height? Thank you.
Yeah, we have not touched the traditional water levels. So water level will be whole design is based on the existing water level which we meant. So which cell level we have on that timber crib dam, that will be maintained. We have not changed any flows or water levels with new design.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Woods, did you have any
I
questions? or
did.
comments?
I did, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. I'd like to thank everybody for putting this package together and giving us this presentation today. On page 7 of the report, it's 16 of our agenda package. There's the last bullet point. It said the municipality provided input and support throughout the project to incorporate municipality interests. In what way were you getting information and support from the municipality? I mean, I remember a little bit about this, but not much from last term of council, to be honest with you. And that's my first little question there, Mr. Mayor.
You want me to answer?
Anybody who wants to answer or could answer, I suppose.
So I have little bit alluded to it earlier, like when we started this project of EA and complete design, we asked to municipality to give us a represent municipality on our project team. So there was a representation of the municipality in the project team, where we have been with that Mayor George Comrie has been member, and we have associated with him while going on the site visits. our project team meetings, when we were discussing options, when we were discussing these all different aspects. So we included municipality in our project as a team member, basically, in this whole project. That's why I'm saying that. And we have been sharing documents, minutes, etc.
Okay. I would have thought we would have got an update at some point before this, but that's neither here nor there. My main question would be, what's the advantages to the municipality of taking over the responsibility of this dam?
Municipality, having this dam in a deteriorated condition, and then we will be replacing it on top priority and handing over to the.
Does anyone, does
Yeah.
anyone wish to answer the?
So advantages is like with the municipality will have like these happy residents around this, having this water level maintained.
That's the advantage for the municipality to take it over, is what you're saying? I mean, I know the dam's there, you know, if you guys have to fix it no matter what, because you have a responsibility, whether or not we take it over, but I'm saying, say it's all done, you guys have it built, it's gonna last 100 years. What's the advantage for us to say we're gonna take over responsibility and ownership for us? And if it doesn't have to be you that answers that question, I mean, Mr. Mayor, if you can give me an advantage or disadvantage list kind of idea would be pretty good, I think.
Well, I think the question that's being asked, and it's been asked a couple of times now, is a good one for the MNR to respond to. The question really boils down to what is the MNR's interest in divestiture? Like, why would you have asked for this as a condition? And I can only tell you what my understanding was all along, although I can't say that I ever saw this in writing or anything, but it's a similar situation to what happened with the Wawashkesh Dam. If you look at that project, there was a tremendous demand from the ratepayers on Wawashkesh to do something about the dam, so much so that they had a task force, which I was part of, that looked to see if it was possible. And the first task the task force had was to try to convince the levels of government to provide some funding, because there's absolutely no way that the municipality could afford to rebuild a dam, and the projected cost like that, and the projected cost at the time, just so you know, was about $400,000. You'll see from the report you saw earlier, it got up a little over that because it was more expensive. But even at that, there was no way the municipality was going to provide any money or any significant amount of money, and there was no way the Cottagers Association could afford to do it on their own. And basically the MNR said, look, this is below our cutoff. It's not a critical dam. It's sort of a low risk. If it fails, the only people that are going to suffer are the people who rely on it to maintain their water level, i.e. the cottagers that are on Wawashkesh. So they were not prepared to spend any money, and that was the hurdle that had to be overcome. So in this particular case, I'm sensing that from going back to the very beginning of this the discussion of this dam, which, by the way, I took this over from Mayor Armstrong. He was involved in the discussion when I first came on council, and he kind of passed it to me. But in any case, it was you know, it was, the idea was, well, you know, if the municipality is willing to take a position, this would cause us to move it up in our priorities to when we would do anything about it. And maybe if there's not, if the municipality is not interested in taking it on, it would end up at sort of at the bottom of the list, and it would sit there and continue to deteriorate. And the folks who have property on those lakes will tell you that it's they are fairly sensitive to water level. The Bolger Creek, which is what joins the two lakes, Bolger and Cashagaba, together, is very shallow as it is. And if the water level drops any further, it will not be possible to get boats in between the two lakes, which is obviously a concern for, well, for the folks that who are in Cashagaba, I would say in particular. So that's kind of, I mean, if you're asking, well, why did we have any involvement in it at all? I suggest to you that that's because there was a concern from the residents that the dam was deteriorating, and you saw the pictures. It is. So anyway, but I having said all of that, I think it would be helpful if we could get an answer, and perhaps not today, but if we could get an answer from the MNR to the question. There's various, depending on there's various different ways of wording it, but it all boils down to this: if the municipality of Whitestone says, look, we're really not interested in acquiring ownership of another dam, what does that mean to this project? Then that would I think answer the question as to whether what our interest would be in taking some position with respect to you know, acquisition of it. So I don't know, maybe that's something we can leave with you. And I sense that nobody on today's call wants to really weigh in and say for sure, okay, this is what'll happen if you say no, we don't want to assume ownership of it. What then happens with the project?
And we can completely understand council's position and the concerns and questions being asked. Unfortunately, neither Mohammed or myself have the ability to answer that question at this time, but we can certainly push that up the pipe and potentially provide something back.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we provided this information for the council to consider, and this is an opportunity for the municipality to consider. But as I mentioned, we started this on the basis of this project. Now it is up to municipality to decide, consider, and if they have some information required, we will be happy to provide that information and answer all those questions.
Okay, well, thank you. Councillor Lamb has a
Yeah,
one more.
just quickly, I would sure hope that the province would not do work on this dam because the municipality wouldn't take it over, or if that's the premise for dams throughout Ontario, I would think that it's misled. But my question is this: in the next, I guess it's to Mohammed, in the next 15 or 20 years, what are the chances of this dam something happening catastrophic? Like, I know it's deteriorating, but I mean, what are the chances of something catastrophic, the dam failing in the next 15 or 20 years, in your opinion?
Oh, there is no such chance. And
There is no such chance, is that what you said?
no, there is no such like catastrophic damage within next 10-15 years. So, but to your first question, we are not saying that. We started this work, and we are providing this information. We are not giving anything like if you take, we will do this. If you not take, we will do this. but only we are showing our inability at this time to answer that question, which we can take to management, and it is up to them to decide. As I was in charge of this project, so I gave this information. And if the municipality and council has some, they require some more information to make their own decision, and we understand everybody position on this council. So we will be
I
happy to
apologize,
provide
Mohammed,
much
I'm having a
more.
hard time understanding you, and that's, I guess, my fault, but.
Oh, no, I am
the-
saying
the
like,
simple
we are
question
not
is,
saying.
What is the chances of something catastrophic happening in the next 15 or 20 years? Anything? Is
this-
anything catastrophic going to happen to that dam? Yes or no?
Let me answer this question. Like, every dam is given a category, like low, moderate, high, very high. This dam is considered low, and that category is based on if dam fails, but damage it will cause to the loss of life, to the environmental loss, and the economic losses, and the social and cultural heritage losses. So in that respect, this is low. And within next 10, 15 years, there is not any such chance of it, such catastrophic damage. to
Thank
this
you.
dam.
Sorry, I just need to clarify. I was going to say to you, define catastrophic. Understand that his definition of catastrophic is, and then this is a standard terminology and with respect to dams, I can tell you.
Yeah, so we don't.
This is with respect to loss of life. So the dam collapses. The people, who's going to be affected? The people downstream. The people downstream are White's Lake, which is approximately 10 meters lower. That's where the water goes. It goes over the dam, goes down into White's Lake. So who's going to die as a result of that? Nobody. They're
Yes.
not.
Okay.
is
But the
why it is-
people on Bolger and Kashagaba their lake level will drop to the point where they can't use it.
I
So-
realize that, Mr. Mayor. My simple question is, what are the chances? Maybe I'm not phrasing it right. What are the chances of the dam collapsing?
You want to
And
know
it's
what the likelihood is?
Yeah, that's all I'm trying
yeah.
to get at, not what.
No, no,
the-
I
There are
understand. I
some,
think
there are some comments about that, I think, in the EA, maybe,
Well, all I'm asking
have,
is
but,
of the
yeah.
of the MNR, what are the chances
Yeah.
of the dam failing?
yes, I
Okay.
think
Not,
that
not
is the
what'll
question.
happen, but what's the chance? If we sit here for the next 20 years and you do nothing, which you own and you have a responsibility for, if we do nothing, I think you said it's low risk, it's not going to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, it's cause of failure in like with some maintenance. Those are minimum in next 10.
Okay,
10,
so
10,
it's not
15
going to happen.
years. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, so.
And if I might, Mr. Mayor, I just have a really, really quick follow-up question to that. And Mohammed, maybe you could answer this if you could.
Sure.
Let's say that in 10 years from now, we have a 200-year flood and the dam washes out. So let's pretend the dam washes out and it goes down, I think, Mr. Mayor, you said to White's Lake?
Yes.
So it washes into White's Lake. If
Yeah,
the
it's-
dam collapses and washes out, would the ministry look at it and say, we're not going to fix it? Or should something happen to a dam? I'm assuming the ministry would end up saying, well, it washed out, so we're going to have to fix it eventually. Am I correct on that? That if something was to happen to the dam, just pretend it did, that the ministry would have an obligation to repair that dam back to where it was, so people on the lake would still be able to use the lake, and the ministry is not going to look at it and say, well, the new lake level's 4 meters lower, we're just going to leave it the way it is, and everybody that had waterfront properties now don't have any access. I'm assuming that's not what happens when dams do wash out. I'm sure the MNRs had dams wash out in the past, and I'm assuming if that happens, the dams get replaced. Am I correct?
Yes, but dams get replaced based on that, I think, which I mentioned earlier, the low, high, very high. So very high where there is a expected loss of life is more than say 10 or 100 some people on downside. So those are fixed on priority. So the dams which have a low category, those are comes later. So, but maintenance of dam, the operational maintenance is whoever the owner is, irrespective of it is MNR or some private owner, it is owner responsibility to maintain, operate the dam in good condition.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments back. Thank you.
No problems.
Okay, well, but, sorry,
Yeah, I think you're gonna say, let's move on. Sorry.
I said we spent a fair bit of time on this. Are we ready to move to our next item? I see nods of head. Okay, well, thank you very much, folks, for your time and your presentation and for answering questions. And I think we've left you with maybe a couple that you might be able to discuss a bit internally, and perhaps we have some get some answers to those. But thanks again very much, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon,
Oh,
evening. We'll
no problem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
you're welcome to
Council.
stay if you want.
No,
if you
thank you
want,
very
but we're going to spend the next chunk of time on our procedure bylaw. So
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much for mayors, councillors, staff, everybody giving this opportunity. So this purpose only was to give this information where we are at this time, nothing
Yeah.
else. Thank you very much. So nice of you.
Thank you
Bye.
very much. Goodbye.
Thanks, everyone. I've jotted down the questions, so I'll make sure that we follow up.
okay, thank you very
No.
much. Take care. All right, so our next item then is to continue the discussion that we started at a previous meeting about the procedure bylaw. And what you have in front of you is counselors is pages, it starts on page 28, I suppose, 26, but you can see changes that are made on pages 30. These are the ones that we did at our last meeting, and they go through to page. I should ask the clerk to tell me for sure, but page. Okay, it's page 40. So pages 30 to 40 of this package are ones which were which we discussed, and we ended with item 3.17, just to kind of get everybody on. So I think what we wanted to do was to continue from there. You want to just pick up where we left off there without, yes? Okay. So what you have in the preceding pages are what we need to, or what we talked about in the last meeting. There may still be one or two things. You can see what's been changed there, but we'll come back to that at the end if we get through the rest. So we're now on page, I guess, 42.
Mr. Mayor.
Or
if
did we do
I may.
voting?
No, I think we're 40.
I'm sorry, we didn't do voting. I'm getting ahead of myself. We got to the end of page 40, which is points of procedure. We're at 3.18 point of privilege. Is that correct?
Oh, if I may just, you're correct, except a couple of items. There's let's see, there's several items prior to 3.17 that where I've made some notes that either didn't get addressed or where I felt that just a little bit more conversation might be appropriate. I don't think it's going to take council very long, and I'm actually seeing my comments staff comments in green. My copy isn't easy to read, but perhaps yours is. If you can't read it, I can share with you, but generally you're correct. Council ended at 3.17 point of procedures in brackets order. But I suggest there's a couple of items you might want to go back to just for clarity, and then you can start moving forward to the remainder of the pages. My suggestion.
So what are the
Yeah,
ones
I know one.
that you have then? Where did you want to start?
I would suggest, this is something that occurred to me with the definition of presentation, where it says, at the end, it says an issue that typically does not require any action to be taken.
This is page 32, by the
I'm
way.
sorry, this is on,
Mhm.
yes, this is on page 32 of 120. Yeah. So what occurred to me and I don't know if anybody really considered that, but when I was typing it out, I realized that there often is an ask when someone makes a presentation. They're asking for us to plow Shawanaga Lake Road or take over a dam. So my thought is that it doesn't exactly define what a presentation is. You might want to make a small adjustment to that.
For that,
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, when I read that, I put beside it, okay, beside.
Yeah.
I
So
was
did I.
okay with that, so. I would
Yeah.
think most of the
Yeah.
council is okay with it, but I am anyways.
anybody not okay with it? I mean, we do sometimes take action as a result of presentations, right? Maybe not right away, but we generally do. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is I think in the definition, when it said it at the end, on an issue that typically does not require any action to be taken, I read that just to mean at the time. So if there's a presentation done, there isn't an ask right then and there that needs to be done. So maybe we can just clean it up a little bit. And I think, yeah, maybe if there's something needs to be done down the road on an action, but I think you aren't doing a presentation and asking for something and getting an answer right then and there. So maybe there's just a real little way to clean that up somehow. I think we're all in agreement with it. It's just a matter of tweaking a word or something.
So, Mr. Mayor, if council is agreeable, I will take that and I will make some adjustments so it's not so prescriptive. Because sometimes you get a presentation from the Rotary Club, they're just telling you
Yeah.
about all the good things they do, but then others really do want you to do something, not at that time, but requires a staff report or something like that.
The next one, Mr. Mayor, through you, that I had was on roles and responsibilities on page 33. The rest of the roles are all referring to the municipal act. And anyway, beside the comment, right, I put no, so I don't, unless we're gonna delineate out all the roles of everyone, let's be consistent one way or the other, and so I don't think we have to put out the role of the chair. I think it can be as I thought we had decided, which was that we would just reference the municipal. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the chair is not
No,
defined in the municipal act, which is what the challenge that I came across. You're correct. The chair is mentioned at different places in the procedure bylaw, so you may want to remove it altogether. But that
Well,
was my point is that.
Well, if it's not in the municipal act, why do we take out and supported by the majority of council if it's not in the municipal? Right? Like, why can't we keep that in if we want to?
So
We took it out because we were told that not in the municipal. Now we're hearing doesn't refer to the chair.
right. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, the question that was asked, the legal question was asked, does the in the chair's opinion, does the chair require to rule someone of order and ask them to vacate the meeting? So section 241.2 expressly prohibits, provides for the head of council or other presiding officer that may expel someone. So that was kind of a standalone comment. As far as defining chair, CHAIR, it's not defined in the municipal act. The same was, council and clerk and staff, and they're all defined. They all have sections in the municipal act. The chair doesn't. So it's actually two separate issues that are being addressed. If you want to leave chair in there and define it and have a list of items that the chair does or doesn't do, that's possible, but I can't take all those items out and say refer to municipal act section such and such, because it doesn't exist. And the definition of all of these roles was in the original boilerplate document. It's just that chair there's no reference in the municipal act. It talks about regional chair, but it doesn't affect the municipality of Whitestone. So hopefully that
So if there's
explains
no
why there's two.
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, if there's no reference in the municipal act, why can't we just take G right out?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out where we are here. 30.
Yes, page 33, Mayor Comrie. Page
Yeah, no,
33 of
I'm
120.
just sorry. I'm yeah, I don't know. I guess it's my understanding that power in the municipal act extends to whoever is chairing the council meeting. Am I wrong?
Yes, expressly provides that the head of council or other presiding officer, so if the deputy mayor or someone in your place, may expel any person for improper conduct at a council meeting. So it's clearly the head of council or the presiding officer that has that.
So that's a
authority.
chair function, not a mayor, not a head of council function specifically. It's a chair function.
That's correct.
If I
And
might,
it only applies to council meetings. Doesn't apply to other meetings.
if I might through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be fine with removing it if we don't need it there. But I'm just gonna use, I think I quoted it I believe I did it the last, go through this. And this is from Guelph. And it says chair definition means the mayor or acting mayor of any meeting of council or the chair or acting chair of any meeting of a committee. That's it. So like very simple. It just gives a very general definition. I guess so maybe we could use that if we want. Just chair means the mayor or acting mayor of any meeting of council or the chair or acting chair of any meeting of a committee. Very simple, doesn't give a whole bunch of definitions or responsibilities.
But that would go in the definition section, and there is a definition of chair
maybe.
already in the definitions. If you go
Maybe.
back to page 30, it
It's already there.
just says
So
chair
it's
means,
not quite as elaborate as yours, but it's actually short and sweet.
well, I mean, I'm not saying you couldn't replace 1.4 with what Councillor Nash just read about it, but
So
it
maybe,
just says the person presiding in a meeting. It doesn't,
so maybe we could just take 2.2 out. It would shorten our document by a quarter page or something.
Yeah, if you notice in my comments, there's the discussion, chair is already defined as 1.4, which is very brief. It suffice, you can add more to it, but if you wanted to redefine it as you suggested, it wouldn't be under 2.2, it would be under 1.4. If that's,
Yeah,
if
I
that's
forgot it. I
entirely
forgot it was
unclear.
there.
Okay.
well, okay, so, and I guess I don't know, I hear a number of suggestions. One is remove 2.2, one is simply remove part G of 2.2. I don't think we can refer to the municipal act because it doesn't have the role of the chair defined the way it does for the.
It does not. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, just add one more thing. I've probably got 13 or 14 different procedure bylaws on the floor beside my desk. And so as I was going through this, I know you were using Guelph and a couple of others, and I have those as well. I would say less than a third of them actually speak to defining the role of the chair.
Good,
Um,
then let's
it-
take it out.
Some of them do, some of them don't, but they actually define it as a definition, but not have a list of these are the do's and don'ts.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think you'd said throughout the document, Michelle, in other spots, it might talk about a bit of the responsibilities as a chair in an individual task or item anyways, right?
Yes, that's correct, Counselor.
Take it out.
Okay, so I'm hearing people take out 2.2. Counselor Woods, any comment?
Yeah, you can take it out. I'm okay with that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, have we dealt with that one?
Maybe after today's meeting, Madam Clerk, you can get rid of all those procedural, but throw them in the garbage.
Thank you, thank you. I'd like to do that. I trip over them once in a while.
Okay, so what's the next item that you wanted to, Madam Clerk?
There's just one more, and that is that's related to the bottom, near the bottom, just above 3.16, questions during debate.
What thing?
This is on page 14 of the procedure bylaw or page 39 of 120.
At the bottom. Then.
Yes, and you can see my comment there. I just noted that as I was going through my notes and I revisited the audio, that this just wasn't addressed on September 25th as we were, moving to the end of the meeting. And this is related to the legal review of the text unless overruled by the majority of council. So I suggested based on the legal review that remove that line, and council just simply didn't speak to this.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with your suggestion.
Okay, yeah, so am I. This is the last paragraph of 3.15, correct?
That's
Correct.
correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I have no issues with that.
3.16.
3.17, now we carry on.
So did we do 3.17?
No. I think,
I believe we did.
oh, did we?
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, me jumping in. This was actually, I remember the conversation with Councillor Nash. He was concerned that the discussion or the point of order definition had been revised numerous times, that it was a little bit hard to understand. So he gave us one. I'm not sure where it came from, but it's written out here in blue. It's certainly concise, and I think it covers all the pieces of how the point of order and point of procedure should work. So that was the very last item, and that is that's verbatim from Councillor Nash's notes and from got a lot of flies, don't we? Councillor Nash's notes and the audio. So I would suggest that at the bottom of page 15 of 30 or 40 of 120, council agreed to everything in the three items we just discussed. So we would be wanting to start at.
And sorry, before we do that, you see the second paragraph in blue before the stuff that's struck out. Says a member of council may appeal the ruling of the mayor or chair to council, which will then decide of the appeal. Is that supposed to be on the appeal or decide or
Good
decide
point.
the appeal or what?
Decide.
Is there words missing out of there or something?
Maybe there's one too many words. We'll then decide.
On the appeal. I would.
I
it
don't know
on
if
the
it would be
appeal?
honored maybe instead of, but.
Do you have your original notes, Councillor Nash?
Yeah.
Well,
Somewhere,
I'm not too worried
yes.
about it.
Anyway,
I'll make
just
it,
make
I'll
a
make
note
it
of it.
grammatically correct. How's
Yeah,
that?
yeah, just don't waste, we
What is
won't
it,
spend time on it.
3.1?
And this is one of, I actually caught a grammar error in the first section as well, when I was going over this today. So that's the final editorial review.
So we're at point of privilege then, 3.18 on page 41.
Which ones?
Am I right?
Then decide, doesn't cost- yeah. My apologies. Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready to go?
Yeah, sorry about that. We're just conferring on that odd word, but
Alright.
we'll make it grammatically correct. It's what I will do.
So. There's. I guess the thing that I noticed about it, I mean, it's not wrong exactly, but the wording that starts. A member may appeal the ruling of the chair to council. This is exactly the same process as the one that we just did in 3.17 for a point of order. But the wording of it is completely different. I mean, is there a good reason for that, or should we have the same wording? I mean, it's just, it says the same thing, but I think every single word is different.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for 3.17, I did find it's decide on the appeal, not of the appeal.
Okay, I think,
That makes
yeah, I
sense,
think
yeah.
that's
I
what
found
probably
sense,
should
yeah.
be, yeah.
I found it in my
what it is.
notes. Yep.
But I guess, I don't know, like, if you like that wording, I don't know why it's the same one in under. If for the a member may appeal if there's an appeal for that stuff, and or if you like the second one better, at least the first one, I don't know. Anyway. There is also. There is the last sentence. I guess raised the question in my mind. It says where the chair considers that the integrity of any, I don't know why it's specific to a municipal employee, because they're covered. They're covered up at the very beginning of point of privilege, but the chair may permit staff to make a statement to council. That sounds to me like we're having a discussion of something that would need to be in camera. So I'm wondering why we have that. No, I'm wondering why we think there's something special about a comment about an employee, or and first of all, and why we think, secondly, why we think it's okay to have it in a meeting other than in a closed session.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I just, I'm just reminding council that other than what we've all agreed to for the first part of this, everything you're seeing going forward that hasn't already been changed or amended is part of the original Wishart Law package. So it does, I actually thought that was quite odd myself. It didn't seem to fit. It didn't seem to be in the right place to allow for the flow of a council meeting. You're right, a municipal employee issue is an issue that would typically get managed differently, regardless of the situation. So I have no comment either way, although I agree it's odd, but it was part of the original package from Wishart Law. So that's why there it sits.
And if I might, through you, Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I think I had a comment here just to add, this was the first sentence of 3.18 under point of privilege. Just after the second, on the second line, after the word or a member of staff, just add member of public as well, which we did on point of order. And I think on the last paragraph that you're referring to, when it says where the chair considers that the integrity of the municipal employee has been impunged, I'm just going to read from another municipal's procedural bylaw, which reads really close to what we have. And theirs says, where the mayor or chair considers that the integrity of any city employee has been impunged or questioned, the mayor or chair may permit staff to make a statement to council or committee, which is very similar to this. And maybe what I'm reading there is if the staff wants to say something in a public meeting, that you'd allow them to. I don't think it's saying that it needs to be enclosed or not. It's just saying if staff is present wants to make a statement that you may allow them to. I think that's all it's saying. Not saying that they will or they must. It's saying if they want to, they may if you allow them to.
A staff member may want to defend a position or make a correction. That's a possibility to a statement that had been made or comments made.
If not, I think, sorry, I wasn't close. If not, maybe you'd be saying that staff couldn't comment, right? But this is saying the staff want to and the mayor allows, then you're allowed to, right? Which I think is important to have there. If, like you said, Michelle, if somebody wants to defend something or something, right? I don't think you'd see it happen very often.
Well, you know, it's just, it seemed odd to me, but I guess, it's, it has happened. I mean, it's not something that hasn't happened. But my recollection of the times when it's happened is that the fault was that the chair permitted it to continue without ruling it out of order, frankly, because, you know, it's not, and I'm talking about in a public meeting again. You know, the first part says you're not supposed to do it. And then at the end, it says, but if somebody does it, then staff can respond.
But
I don't know. I guess it's like, it's not a, it's not something that's gonna keep me up at night. It's just, it just seems odd to me. That's all I thought I would draw it to your attention. That's all. If you're okay with it, let's carry on.
And just for clarity, everyone agrees to add member of the public, That was
Yeah.
on the first line. Thank
Well,
you.
you know, again, I think you've named everybody that could possibly. And it's really any person, right? But make an I don't think it matters who it is. Make an exhaustive list if you want. All the different kinds of people it could be, but about anyone. So I would do it, but just make it shorter, but
and through you,
you can leave it the way it is if you want. I'm not, again, it's not I'm not
Let's move
not
on.
upset by
We'll
it.
never get her done.
Yeah.
Keep going.
through you, Mr. Mayor, for 3.19, I might read what I'm suggesting, because I think if I read it, it will sound a little different than, I know it's hard to know where my comment was meant to be here. So if you took the second paragraph of under oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, well, I thought so, but did I miss you wanting to comment on? Okay, I think we're on voting 3.19. So Councillor Nash, go ahead.
Well, my comment is at the first through you, Mr. Mayor, so maybe I should go and you can.
No problem.
Again. So this idea, like taking a recorded vote like we're doing right now, because Councillor Woods is on electronically, doesn't need to happen. We would just say show of hands. And if enough in the room agreed to it, the mayor would say carry, right? If not, if it was
Yeah.
some sort of tie, I guess you'd get a hold of Councillor Woods and say, you know, are you putting your hand up or not? Or how does
Yeah.
that work?
If I may.
Go ahead.
The recorded vote for Zoom electronic meetings started when we first started doing this, because
Yeah.
all municipalities were a bit nervous on how this was actually going to work. Most municipalities have resorted back to something that's suggested here. If a member of council is not on video or not able to be on video, and that happens sometime, so you can't see that they've raised their hand, you simply, their responsibility would be to say, Councillor Woods, I agree with that. So you're still getting an audible from someone who is on Zoom, and others can do a show of hands. So that was the intent, to try to simplify the process.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So we're getting rid of the mandatory recorded vote for everything regardless, right?
Good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
simply
I think
because you're
it's-
on.
I think
yeah.
it. Yeah, I think it. So, but is there something else that's wrong with? But there seemed to be some questioning. Sorry, there seems to be some questioning around this notion that a failure to an abstention or a failure to vote is counted a vote against the motion. But I don't think that happens if the person, I don't think that happens. It certainly doesn't happen if the person has recused themselves because of a conflict of interest, right? So in that circumstance, you've reduced the voting, the denominator of who's voting. So if somebody declares a conflict of interest, they're not voting against the motion. So you would need to say, if a member present at a meeting fails to abstains or refuses to vote for reasons other than a declared conflict of interest, their vote will be counted as a vote against the motion. Is that what the intent is? I mean, you're not say if somebody abstains, they're voting against. Just as I abstain, they're voting against the motion.
Where are we, Mr. Mayor? Which? I've just lost my place.
Well, we're
paragraph.
one,
Third
two,
paragraph.
three, fourth, sorry, third paragraph
Third,
down.
okay.
Under general.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you'd want to define that if somebody declares an interest, that vote wouldn't necessarily be against, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep, that makes sense to me too, Mr. Mayor.
So for clarity, if a member present at a meeting fails to abstains or refuses to vote for reasons other than conflict of interest, their vote will be counted as a vote against the motion. Is that
Perfect, let's move
what we're
on.
hearing? Okay.
That's what I thought was intended. I'm just, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and mine is just I meant to speak to recorded votes when I said I had something, but I guess my simple question here to move on is, are we able to, maybe this is through the ombudsman, but are we able to, if there is people via Zoom, to just do a non-recorded vote? Are we able to do that? Or are we making our own rule?
You are able to do that. Municipality can decide.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, we done with page 41?
So, not quite. when the question under consideration contains multiple options / issues, the motions may be split. So are we giving the right to a member to request that a motion be split, or are we saying that somebody has to move that the motion be split and it goes to a vote?
Well,
'Cause I'm used to a system where, and this is actually think in Robert's Rule of Order, if someone requests a question be split into multiple parts, right? If they're all lumped together, ask that they be dealt with, seriatim, then that's a request. That's it's like moving an amendment or whatever. You have a right to do it. Well, not even a moving amendment. You have a right to ask for it. It's like calling the question or calling for a recorded vote. If somebody wants it to get it, you can, if you ask for a motion to be split. So I'm just wondering what this means.
Could you let me know where you are, Mr. Mayor?
I'm now on the fourth paragraph.
You're not
When
on
the
the fourth
question under consideration contains multiple options / issues, the motion may be split.
Okay.
So is that, are we giving anyone the right to ask that it be split, or are we, I guess, because let's face it, you don't need anybody's council agrees to do it. You don't need any permission to do it.
and
Seems to me that would be the intent. That's just a simple statement that it may be split. Who makes the decision, whether it's split or not? Others may disagree, but
probably,
maybe a vote of council.
yeah, or the mover, seconder. And I didn't put my comment in for this voting part, but I'm gonna take maybe a minute here. There was almost like a section missing, and maybe we can come back to it later so we can get through the rest of the document. And if we need to do it at the final thing, it's fine. But I know we're speaking about voting in general, and next we go to recorded vote. But nowhere, unless I'm missing it in the document, does it speak to how we go through the motions. And I think what we're speaking to now, that a motion may be split. And when I look at another procedural bylaw, I'm guessing just on motions and order of voting, which is kind of voting in general, they have it broken down. It's hundreds of words long as to how you do the motion, how motions can be split, how they can be amended or deferred. So maybe we need to, not today, but add a section 3.19B to do with motions, and maybe that can speak to how a motion might be split. I'll give one example. When a motion is under consideration, no other motion shall be received unless it is a motion to, it can be split or I won't go through it all. I'll send it to the clerk because it's going to take too long to read. But I think we're maybe missing something here on how we involve the actual motion itself. We speak to the voting, but not on the motion and debate of the motion. And I don't want to get bogged down on that today, but I think there might be a little section, maybe, I don't know if Michelle, if you look at other procedural bylaws, maybe there is something there for motions that we can input or send out to council and have us comment back on just that item.
Yeah, through you,
Why
Mr.
don't
Mayor, you're correct. Oh, my apologies, Councillor. Yeah.
Why don't we just leave it to be split? Like, why are we getting down? It can simply be split. For the most part, when we finish this, we're gonna put it in the cupboard and only refer to it very, very occasionally. Like, we're trying to make a perfect document here, which doesn't exist. Like, I refuse to have another meeting on this. This is the sixth one or something, right? This is ridiculous. And we're rewriting. Boy, anyway, I'm just frustrated. That's it. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, can we not just have this as it is and then refer to the fact that if we have questions, we will refer to Robert's Rule of Order and go with whatever that is, or a parliamentary procedure or something, so that we don't have to put every single thing in here? Can we do that?
Well, yeah, we're actually, I think we agreed to bind in Robert's Rules of Order. At some place this comes in.
Yeah.
So you will discover, I think, that this is covered there and that then becomes that then becomes the rule. You didn't need to put it here, right? But
Don't forget, we can always suspend the procedural.
Mm.
laws. If we don't like what's happening as a majority, we suspend it. And away we go.
all right, so thanks. I'm sorry, I don't want to bog you down. I'm just raising things that I think might not be clear. Anyway, if there's a tie vote, the motion will be defeated. That's clear. If during a non-recorded vote, a member disagrees, the member may object immediately and da. Later on, at the bottom of the page, it says a member requests a recorded vote on any motion. Such requests may be made before, during, or after the vote. So I don't know why you would need that if during a non-recorded vote thing. Because you can request the recorded vote whenever you want. If we start to do a show of hands, somebody says, I want a recorded vote. That's also in Robert's Rules of Order. It happens all the time. So I would say that you could shorten it by taking that if during a non-recorded vote out.
I agree.
So,
I'd leave it just to say it's there and it's just saying what somebody can do, but that's just my opinion.
well, it's not wrong. It's just extra words that say the same thing. That's all. Anyway. There's an X there. I don't know if was that supposed to be something else in there? There was, because there's a comment about the mayor should not.
I think this
Oh, not
was from
should-
Councillor
should
Nash. I
relinquish
just
the chair
didn't
to
note it.
propose a motion, and that's common practice in most rules of order, I would say.
It was a comment that I had from my reiteration a few weeks back there.
But I don't know that, I don't know if that doesn't belong under voting. It belongs somewhere else now.
It's under voting and other procedural bylaws.
Oh, is it? All right,
Yeah.
well. Okay, I guess that's fine. Doesn't matter. So you want to add that one?
Yeah, and I
Is
think
that-
it's,
Is that what people want to do? Do they want you
Yeah.
want to add it? Okay. No problem.
sorry, so under recorded votes, when I spoke a few minutes ago, this is the one I meant to speak to. So under recorded votes, on page 42, the very first paragraph. My lengthy red text that I had, which doesn't show up here because it was a later reiteration that it sent out. What I was trying to capture, and I think it had been spoken to a little bit in the past by a couple of us counselors. So this is what I would have tried to propose, and it is kind of saying something similar, but just in a different way. So I'm just going to read it. When a recorded vote is requested or required, the clerk will call each member's name in alphabetical order, starting with the member of council whose name is first alphabetically, and continue in alphabetical order. Subsequent recorded vote or votes will continue with the next member in alphabetical order until present members have each been called first for recorded vote, and then this method will then repeat. The first member called upon for recorded vote at a meeting will be the last member called upon will be the last member called upon at the prior meeting. All I was trying to say was basically, I'll give an example. If Janice is the first vote on this motion now, Councillor Lamb would be the first vote for the next motion, and then it would be Councillor Nash after that, and then Councillor Woods. And if we ended up at Councillor Nash at this meeting, that'd be the first one next meeting. I was just trying to define it in a kind of way that would be easy to keep track of, going alphabetically, so it wasn't always Councillor Bray first. It would just go alphabetically, and wherever we ended the meeting, you'd pick that up at the next meeting, continue on.
You know what? I had a similar amendment, but it's not part of this. That's odd that was missed. But my understanding is correct. That's what council wanted to do. So we start off, so with our new procedure bylaw, the first person to vote on a recorded vote is going to be Councillor Bray. Another recorded vote on that same meeting, it starts with Councillor Lamb. and so on. So there's going to be a simple way to manage that, because we'll have a cheat sheet here. But that I believe is what council's intention was. So whether it's your wording or not,
Doesn't
it's going, I understand what council wanted so that the same alphabetical order is not repeated on every recorded vote.
That was,
I guess my question would be of Counselor Bray, does it matter how we end one meeting and how we start the other? I think you're, like, I think it's easy to start with you and then rotate it. You
Yeah,
don't know
no,
what the first,
That's fine, and even if you wanted to, even make it longer, like say it's, for all the month. You do it with one person and all the next month another person starts. I'm not opposed to doing it that way or any which way, which works out well for the CAO. I just would request that we do rotate somehow.
well, I think if we start each meeting, we start with you, and then it goes to me, and then it goes to Counselor Nash, then it goes to Counselor Woods, and then back to you, right? I think that, rather than saying, where'd we end up the last meeting, right? Who was last, like, this is silliness.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, that we can, whatever council's pleasure is. My guess, since we're moving away from every vote being a recorded vote, simply because we're on Zoom, the number of recorded votes will be minimal. Certainly every planning matter, council's agreeable to have a recorded vote. Budget issues and issues that are of significant importance will be recorded votes. So
Yeah.
we can write it up and simplify it once I know what council as a whole would like to do.
and the only reason I suggested what I did, and whatever way we all decide is fine, was if we're taking out the bulk of majority or of recorded votes, I think it's always gonna be the same order. We're probably never gonna have more than two or three recorded votes in a meeting, so it'll never change order. It'll always be the same. So there won't be any change in it really, right?
Move on. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Mr. Mayor, can I say something quick?
oh yeah, go ahead.
Thanks,
Please.
Mr. Mayor, through you. I think we should just do whatever's easier for Michelle and staff and get past it because we wasted too much time on this point right here. We all know what we want to do. Turn it over to staff, let them do what they do better than us.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll come up with a suggestion and I'll email it to all of council. And you can let me know individually, not as a
Alright.
group, if you're agreeable, and we'll simplify it for you if that's
Okay.
agreeable.
Well, it'll be like when you're playing bridge or euchre, whose deal is it, right? We want to make sure the clerk has an easy way to figure out who it is. Anyway, so we're on.
We're going over to page 44.
Yeah, I guess that's right. I'm just
44.
want to make sure. Okay, so under special meeting.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah,
the first item, it seems to me that it comes up several times between now and the end, and I've tried to bat in my mind what we do, and this is the idea that I guess there's one area in the procedural bylaw that says, counselors must get something in 9 days before, and then the rest of it says, staff will make every reasonable effort, right? And I don't know how to bridge the divide here. I don't mind, I'll throw this out that we say, staff will post or do whatever within 3 days or whatever it is. Unless extraordinary circumstances, something like that, right? Because there are going to be some situations perhaps that staff can't do it. And I think we have to recognize that somewhere, right? If that can bridge the divide between several times in this, then I'm all for something like that. That's the only thing I can come up, right? Or you go back to where, you know, counselors have to, within 9 days, put something in and say, we'll make every reasonable effort to put it in within 9 days, so it's consistent, but we gotta not talk about this for a half hour. Let's just get over it, because it comes in several times. Those are my thoughts.
And if I might,
Well-
oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Now you go ahead.
All I was gonna say here is I think and again, I don't wanna get bogged down on it. I just trying to make it with several updates to the special meeting. And I think in simple terms is when I'd said make a reasonable effort, I think all I was trying to say there was maybe I might not receive an email, but if an email sent out, that's a reasonable effort, right? Just it might be a phone message. It could be so many different ways. That's why I'd suggested that. But the more important one where I had where am I here? When I'm reading, looks a little different on my page here, sorry. The clerk, like where I said, the clerk will advertise a special meeting to the public. And I think that's, again, it's just posted on the website, but where I was changing the times from 24 to 48 hours, where I was trying to go there was just go back to where it was written, where I said 48 instead of 24, and the time, place, and business to be considered. A special council meeting, I was trying to say, isn't an extraordinary meeting or extraordinary circumstance. So, and you know, for the meeting that we had on the procedural bylaw a few weeks ago, that would be a special council meeting where we're more than able to give 72 hours notice. That's why I'd kind of changed the time to say, I think we're thinking of 24 hours as the extraordinary meeting versus a special meeting. So that's why I tried to change it to define special meeting, give a little bit more time. And then, of course, in an extraordinary situation, we already have it noted here that we don't even need to give notice. If that makes any sense, that's where I was trying to come from, if that makes any sense to others.
Well, it makes sense to me. I mean, a special meeting is not an emergency meeting. Do you want people to be calling meetings on a special meeting like the one that Councillor Nash just referred to on 24 hours or 48 hours notice? No, I think 72 is fine, right? So, I mean, it's not, you know, if it has to be called on a shorter time frame, then it's an emergency or extraordinary, which comes up on the next page, right? So I would, to be honest, support moving it to 72 or something, just so. I mean, I would think that'd be the minimum we would probably do. I mean, we're not gonna.
Yeah, and that's where I was coming
Yeah.
from, exactly what you just said, Mr. Mayor. It's not an extraordinary one, so, you know, that's why I'd suggested that. And then, like you said, on the next page, we talked about the extraordinary one, right?
Yeah.
For emergency.
No, I don't know. Anybody else have any comments about that?
I'm happy with 72, that's fine.
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, my only concern is that you don't restrict yourself. You can always decide, you know, we're gonna have a meeting 3 days from now. But if you restrict yourself, and I'm thinking in this situation where, you know, you go into a large agenda, you only get halfway through. And council says, well, we can't backfill our business up for 2 weeks from now. Can we now start? Can we have a meeting on Thursday night if we don't finish tonight, right? Everyone on Zoom would know that it's going to be Thursday night but that would preempt us from carrying on that week. You know, that's an example that I can think of, right? But if you want 3 days, again, it's not a hill to die on, but we can't call it a continuation of a regular council meeting, an extraordinary meeting. It's gotta be a special meeting, I would think, right? And if
It
we're
is, yes.
if we're saying on Tuesday, you cannot deal with the rest of this business until next week. I find that restrictive, because I think there will be situations where you do have to do it
I
short
thought-
of 72
yeah.
hours.
I thought there was something special about continuation of meetings. Is there not somewhere? I'm not seeing it, but Isn't there something that says what happens if we don't finish the agenda?
Well.
It-
if
it
there
does,
is, then
Mr. Mayor.
I'll withdraw my complaint.
Well,
My-
where is it?
I'd have to take a minute to find it and maybe, because we're at recess, I can take a few minutes or close to recess. Uh, The discussion, as I recall, I'll have to look through it, is a continuation of the meeting, is that the business that's not addressed is either first on the next agenda or is noted on another agenda as
Is
business unfinished.
But we can do that, but if we can't say we're gonna carry it on, if everyone on council is here saying, we gotta carry the rest of the half on Thursday, and everyone's in agreement, say, oh, we can't do
This
that.
is Tuesday.
you know.
Then you still have to advertise. You still have to let the public know. You have to make reasonable effort to let the public know. And you're right, if the meeting's today and we want to carry through on next Thursday and you require 72 hours notice, then as council, you suspend your procedure bylaw.
Well, why don't we
or-
decide it's just 48 hours instead of 72? Is that a reasonable? Way to
The other thing too is realistically speaking, you have, you have to be able to get quorum, right? So,
Yeah,
like,
well, let's make it.
you may say,
48
gee, we'd
and
like
move
to,
on.
we didn't get finished tonight, so we'd like to continue tomorrow night. And then, 3 people say, sorry, I'm not available, right? Then,
Well, if you decide that at 10:30 at night, you really can't have 24 hours.
no, you
notice for
can't.
the
And
next
that's,
day.
that's also.
So
you-
make it 48 and let's move on.
So 4.3.2 is 48.
Okay, so
24.
48.
Are we there? Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
all right.
And we'll remove, the clerk will advertise the special meeting to the public. Is that what I'm hearing?
Where does it say that?
That's above, Counselor Nash would like to make a reasonable effort.
Yeah, and all I was meaning was it'll just be posted, which I think we have to do anyways, right?
Well, all right, okay, advertise, all right, I guess. So upon receipt from a petition of the majority of council, the clerk will call a special meeting. We're providing a notice to meeting. Should that not be 48 as well?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, so are we done with special meetings? If so, what about public meetings? Anything on public meetings?
Mr. Mayor, should we, perhaps take a quick recess?
Okay,
There's nothing on public meetings. We're on page 45.
We
I
wanna
think
finish
we are,
45
yes.
first?
You want to finish 45?
all right, I'm hearing people say, let's do 45.
Again, we're back into reasonable effort.
Yeah, I mean, I think that has to stay there. I mean, look, there may be situations in which it can't, can't be done, or it can't, I mean, you can always give a notice, but it might only be a few minutes before the meeting. So, I mean,
Yeah, and all I was meaning there, when, again, I don't want to dwell on it, the clerk will make a reasonable effort to notify all members of the appointed appropriate staff. Well, if we need the staff there, they need to be informed, right? So it's kind of, we need them there to have the meet. It's one of those, for both of them, in order to carry the meeting, we need to be notified, or staff needs to be notified in order to carry on the meeting, right? It's not to get anybody at all, actually. It's just to say people need to be notified of the meeting if it's going to take place.
okay, but if you're talking about counselors now, if one of us is, skiing in the Alps or something,
As
and
long-
we have to have an emergency meeting,
As
the
long-
meeting's gonna have to go ahead without
Mm.
that person, because you may not be able to get the person
Correct,
skiing
but
in
as
the
long as
Alps.
an email sent, you've sent in the effort, you've notified them. As soon as that email's sent, you've done your job. It's done. You've sent the email.
I wish I could go skiing in the Alps.
That's the way I'm looking at it. The second you hit send on an
You'll
email,
be able to soon. It's getting cool. It's cooling off next week.
you're done with the digital. age.
Okay, well, look, I don't know. I mean, I'm
Well,
I'm,
sorry.
I would simply just remind everybody what there is no consequence for if you don't get notice, you can't, regardless of what you write, if you don't, in this provision like this, if you, for some reason or other, you didn't get noticed, you can't come back and say, well, I didn't know about that meeting and I would have voted differently and that motion would have been lost or whatever, I mean, you can't, there's no recourse to not, to
Correct. If I
a
didn't,
failure under the procedure, to carry out what it says in the procedure bylaw, so.
through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, if I didn't check my emails, that's my own issue. If I didn't check my
Yeah.
voicemail, it's my own issue. Nobody else's issue, right?
No, but anyway, I'm just saying, especially in an emergency situation, but. 4.54, it says a quorum is required in an emergency meeting. A quorum is required at any council meeting. I don't think there's any exception except the one in the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act when 3 people have declared. And there's 2 left.
Yeah.
But if 4 people have declared and there's 1 left, no, you can't.
Unless-
That's the only exception to a quorum. So I don't know why it's necessary to say this, but it's,
I have no problem if it's through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's left or taken out, I agree. I think,
Let's take it out and move on.
all right. So. Anyway. Where are we now? Is this, you wanted to take a break, did you? Our CAO is suggesting that we take a,
Yep.
Are you willing-
47, we'll pick it up on, thing.
yeah, if there's nothing under those next pages, I don't have any, so I don't have anything till the page 47 now.
Okay. Yep.
How long?
Oh, this is canceled meetings. Yeah, I see what it is. Yeah. Hello. Okay, folks, we're back in session now. Thank you. Recess is over. And we're continuing with, we're on page 40. Did we finish? Oh, no, we didn't finish page 47. Sorry. I think the only things are on, we're on page 47 now, so.
and Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
might, I was just thinking, I know the last time we went through these, like at the meeting a week ago, it seemed to go fairly quick. Do we want to just do it when we're going through? If anybody has any issues with anything we speak about, it, if not, we carry on to try and speed it. It doesn't matter to me how we do it, but I just thinking of a way. I know a lot of the comments are repeat comments, and I think a number of them are mine, but I was just wondering a way when I was thinking if there's a way to just speed it up in any way. That was all. Thank you.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how to speed it up if people have issues with particular things. 47 is canceled meetings.
And I don't need. that
I'm
comment.
happy with 47 exactly the way it is. I don't feel any need to change anything in it, but So. Well, it's my proposal to speed it up, but. I mean, again, there's a couple of reasonable efforts and a meeting may be counseled by the head of council. I think these are situations where like it's not, I mean, I'm not sure what consultation there is. If there's no quorum or there's an unforeseen event. Or the meeting is no longer required. I'm not sure why why there's a lot of consultation associated with that, but anyway.
4.7.1 through you, Mr. Mayor, is not a hill to die. For me. And I happen to be the deputy.
Well, I guess no, it isn't for me either, but anyway, I wouldn't just, I mean,
So I
if it
can
were up to
remove
me,
that
I'd
one.
just leave it. Is there anybody desperately wants to make these changes for 4.7?
I have no problem withdrawing my comment and carrying on.
All right. If that's the case, we're on 4.8 and it's again, I'm not sure what the issues were.
And if I might, all I was saying there again, we're gonna see this word. And I don't wanna have to talk about it each time, make a reasonable effort, even if we wanted to. And I'm not saying to add a definition, but under definition, you know, we could add something, but all it is, again, as far as I'd be concerned, the second that sent is hit on an email or a voicemail is left, that notification's gone out and there is no issue going forward whatsoever. Doesn't mean somebody has to reply back or hear back or wait for a response. That's all I was trying to say. Again, in the 21st century, I think notifications can be done in one email to all of council members. And you're done. Or it's posted on the website and you're done for the public.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see that, and then I don't know if anybody has any problems with that, but I think my comment under, I'm trying to jump ahead, but my comment under 4.8.3, I don't think is a comment anymore. If we take out item C, which has been crossed out, I don't have a comment anymore on that item.
Okay.
Well, I have a question on B. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Why is it a maximum of 3 members may participate in the same meeting by electronic? Why do we say that?
If I may, Mr. Mayor. It
Go ahead.
originally said 2, and then council changed it to 3.
And
But what this, tell me, what, you equate me with this?
I think
This would be like saying tonight that the mayor is here
right.
and the other 4 councilors for some reason are on Zoom, that we couldn't have a meeting?
no, I think this is just saying, you can't have. Well, yeah, I guess it would.
Maximum of
Well,
3.
see, here's the problem. Like, what would you do in a normal circumstance like that? I think what you would do is you would revert the meeting to electronic. But if it's a meeting like tonight, you know, where it's a regularly scheduled meeting and people assume that they can come here, if it turns out in the course of events that there's only, let's say, only 2 people can come here and the others can participate, but they can't, but they have to do it electronically, then I guess the question is, you got 2 choices. One is you cancel the meeting so that you're not disenfranchising people who would have shown up, or you simply revert the meeting to a Zoom meeting. Now, eventually when we get there, it won't matter whether, because whether you're here or somewhere else, you'll be able to be to be heard and to hear and to be seen and to see. So and I don't think it's gonna matter. So I'm not sure what's
Well,
sacred about any particular number of people being in the,
well, that's my point. In my opinion, if you call a meeting, which is a hybrid meeting, and there's only one person, let's say all the rest of us for some reason are on Zoom, and Council Bray is here. Council Bray would chair the meeting in here, and there might be 5 or 10 or 2 or whatever out there. And the other four would participate on Zoom. And I don't see a big problem with that. Like, if that's a possibility, right? For whatever reason. Big snowstorm or whatever, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
The way I feel, I don't know why we're putting a number in there. Like, Zoom is with us, right?
well, as the clerk said, it started out at 2.
But
And
I
then
don't
we
think 2
raised
or
it,
3.
raised it to, but I don't know why, I don't know what was magic about 2 either. It's just,
Well,
Yeah.
But why is it even in there? That's the-
My guess is, and I'm not sure, I didn't have any comments for it, but maybe it was trying to promote that council members attend in person, but I think that because we're taking out the next item, which is 3 consecutive meetings, basically if I never want to attend a council meeting in person, I never need to. I could do everything via Zoom going forward. That's what we're saying. Everybody could. Right?
Yeah,
I think that's basically
Right.
what we're saying.
Well, now
right?
you're saying
Three.
3. Correct.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
yes, go ahead.
That's exactly what the discussion was. I was the one that made the comment, remember, about not showing up in person. I'm just gonna be the counselor from Mexico kind of thing and have my permanent address here somewhere, right? And we were trying to encourage people to show up in person because we were having open meetings for in-person meetings, right? So we were talking about limiting how many could attend by Zoom. That's what I remembered.
Yeah,
That's what I remember as well, is that
Yeah.
it is to promote people, council being here for in-person meetings. When we have Zoom meetings, that's fine, we're all on Zoom. There will be times when 1 or 2, maybe even 3 people might have to sit by Zoom, but we didn't want it to be everybody. Unless we were gonna change it to a Zoom meeting.
Yeah, and I think going with that, I think item C, which has been crossed off, I know there's a legal opinion on it that said you can't say that you can only do 3 consecutive meetings via Zoom. That's why I had proposed to say members may not participate, to say members should not, to kind of say, hey, we're trying to promote that you shouldn't be away for more than a couple meetings. Or we get rid of it altogether, but if we get rid of it altogether, council member wouldn't need to attend in person. That's why I think my idea of should helps. Hey, it would be great, best practice to attend the meetings in person where you can, right? For item C, that was where my comment came from when I said remove the word should and add as a best practice. That's what I was talking to for C. So members should not participate by electronic means as a best practice, right? That's where I was going with that.
And the legal opinion told us that I could go to Florida in September and come back in May and participate by Zoom in every meeting, and there's nothing council or anyone can do other than vote him out or her out the next election. Is that correct?
that is essentially correct, because there's no penalty for, like a lot of things we're talking about, there isn't any penalty for not doing it. And so
So my question
Yeah.
was, can we come up with consequences? Right, that's what I said.
well, you
Like, I
can't,
think
yeah.
it's ridiculous.
But
There aren't,
that
there
that could
aren't
happen.
consequences for most things that are in the municipal act.
Yeah, but if we were to say
Yeah.
something like as a best
Yeah.
practice, it is expected that counselors will attend. At least you have something to say, hey, we're expecting if you're gonna be on council, you're gonna be attending the meetings. It won't be more than 3. Instead of saying you can't, you're saying should, and as a best practice, that's why.
Well, they can say go below and do it
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess even, item B, it says a maximum of 3 members may participate in the same meeting by electronic means. Or what,
Yeah.
right? So let's say 4 people decide and you know, I guess that would, there would then be a choice. And we could almost, I suppose, treat it like a quorum rule and say, okay, we don't have enough people in person, so we're gonna cancel the meeting. Or we could say, let's convert the meeting, let's agree to it being a Zoom meeting, and you can,
But you may not
you could-
know until that day.
you might not know until the day, but here's the thing. Let's suppose I've been here in the winter when it was like this, not when we had a meeting, but we could all be here. And we could all be intending to come here and a snowstorm comes and the highways are glare ice. What are we gonna do? Are we gonna just cancel the meeting? Probably, because we wouldn't want people to try to come out and we wouldn't know how to let them know, but you know, you could turn it into a Zoom meeting. There's no provision for us to do that, I don't think, though. If we advertised it that it was an in-person meeting, then the sign had said, you know, for 2 weeks, it said meeting on such and such a day at the community center, and,
But in
you know, what do we,
my
so,
world, if one council member in that situation, again, I'll use Council Bray, is able to make it, only because she's the close. And the 4 of us, the rest of us are
Yeah.
on Zoom, and I think a meeting can go on.
Yeah.
Or we could decide to cancel it at the last minute, but I think it can go on, and I think Council Bray should chair the meeting. Because it's here and it's in the public.
So would you propose, Councillor Lamb, that B and C just come out then?
No, I never got that far. B, C's already out of that. Yeah, B can come out as far as I'm concerned. I don't know why we're saying 3 is more important than
no.
4
I
or
don't-
2, right? But what's the rationale? I don't think there is one. I think there's only been a couple of cases where 2 have been on Zoom when it's a hybrid meeting, but there could be 3 or 4 or whatever. I just don't know why we're even arguing about it. Maybe we're not arguing, discussing.
Well, let's, if the will is to take it out, that's,
I'd say take it out.
So we're removing B. And we're removing C?
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah,
Okay,
Wow.
thank you.
well, that's what I propose. I don't know. what
Yeah.
others-
anybody have a problem with that? We remove B and C?
Will that answer Councillor Nash's comments? And address, yours is addressed, Councillor Lamb's.
And to make it to make it quick and easy through everybody, my next comment has already been addressed previously on the next page. That, so I don't think it's relevant anymore.
Okay.
Because we're saying that you don't need to do electronic votes, right?
No.
So that can be just removed altogether.
Okay, so are we done then with 4.8?
We're over on page 49 now.
Looks like. So notice of meetings, this is about. Annual schedule of meetings. Once again, I do not know why we need to have a certain number of business days after, this is no later than November 30th, which I guess is when the first, this is one of these first meeting kind of things.
And I'm fine with removing my comment on
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
So if that would take us then down where to,
Agendas, I think.
what
Jen-
does? Oh, okay, sorry, that comment is about agenda. All right, so that takes us down to agenda. To prepare the agenda for all meetings.
And
Okay,
all-
well,
And in my comment, what I was trying to say was, right now we just say agenda. But if it's a special meeting, or if it's a closed meeting, or if it's an extraordinary meeting, we wouldn't be able to follow what we have for agenda here in 6.1. So I've just said, add the word regular council agenda for 6.1. So we define what agenda we're talking about. That was all. That was my first comment there. Or we have to define, again, I wouldn't do it today, but define, we have timelines in here. They might be different for a closed meeting versus a special meeting versus an extraordinary meeting. So I think we either have to write one out for each of them or define what this agenda is talking to. That's all.
Well, okay, so we're six point 1.1. I guess my comment, my comment on this one is, and I don't know why we should amend 6.1.1, but here's the reality of it. The first thing that we do at the start of a meeting is we approve the agenda. And the agenda, I mean, there's sort of a principle that almost all these rules of order have, and it's that the agenda belongs to the meeting. So the meeting could decide to remove an item from the agenda, or they could decide to put something in the agenda. So I'm not, when they approve it, right? So this is about what the agenda that is prepared in advance and circulated as a draft. So
But I think you're misunderstanding, because if you read further on, it talks about it's 9 business days in advance, and if somebody wants something on it, you have to do this or that. So it's not talking about the agenda at the meeting, it's talking about this is how the agenda will be prepared. So a closed meeting agenda would be different from a special meeting agenda would be different for timelines, right? So that's why I suggested agenda in brackets, regular scheduled meeting. That's why I suggested that. Not to get caught up on it, but I don't know what the thoughts are, maybe.
So, okay, well,
What would you feel, Michelle, like, do you think we need something to define that this is for a regular council agenda, or what about a special agenda, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly the regular council agenda is the most robust with all of the headings that you normally see. And you'll often see it, it's a public meeting, none. And so we capture all those. Once we slip to a closed session or a special meeting, I tend to eliminate anything that I don't think is going to be necessary as part of that. You can still put all the headings in, but it's a waste of time and it's clutter. So, yeah, I'm not sure we need to, I mean, we've been trying to simplify this. And I can think of a special meeting where you have, and most special meetings typically are one matter, one issue or two. And once it's advertised, that's it. You can't add to it unless you re-advertise. That's the whole point of a special meeting. It's defined as a specific issue as noted. So you don't need a lot of headings. I'm not sure we need to go into that element of detail, but I'm hearing what you're saying is that it needs to be a little clearer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think what we're talking about under agenda is regular agenda. If not, if I go to 6.1.6 and it says 9 days, well, how are we supposed to call a special council meeting in 48 hours if we're saying we have to give 9 days notice?
Yeah, no,
Right, so that's
the whole point of, because a special agenda and an emergency agenda are kind of different animals.
And that's where I was thinking, just add brackets, regular.
Yeah.
Even if we're done after that and don't address the other ones.
Because you actually couldn't add anything to a special agenda. If you're only advertising 72 days, 72 hours before, it's the whole point of it being special.
so 6.1 is supposed to be regular meeting agenda then. Is that what, is all of 6.1 apply to regular meetings only? Is that what we're saying?
That's what I was trying to say.
I need to go, I think that's the intent, but I need to go through and just make sure that we don't slip up somewhere there.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
through you, I like the, in green, at the bottom of page 24, staff note, there's a question that if the mayor and the deputy mayor have some sort of conflict, which I don't see really happening very often, that would come before council as a, for a decision. So I'm agreeing with the staff note.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, the way that would work is at any time a member of council wants something added to the agenda, when you're approving the agenda, you simply state, I would like this item added. And that would cover the piece if the mayor or deputy mayor wanted something on or not, and then it becomes the vote of council.
Give me that one again, because
So the hypothetical situation is the mayor wants something on the agenda, but the deputy mayor says no, or vice versa. So if there's no agreement between the mayor and deputy mayor and with discussions with the clerk, we can't come to a three-way agreement, which I agree would be very, very rare, or it should be. Then that item that the one member of council wants on the agenda would simply come before all of council. It wouldn't be on the agenda, but it would come before all of council, who would then take a vote if it's being asked to be added to the agenda. So that would cover your,
how does that work when the public wouldn't have any idea of that occurring? And therefore, if the item required paperwork or some data or some information, we would just exclude the public. And you know, it would seem to me that if there's an item that the clerk has made up, that, because generally speaking, you that send it out into the mayor or to me, to any deputy, once you send it out, if the mayor said, I don't want that item on, right? Got all the data and everything, I don't want to say it could be or vice versa, but I think that item with the data should be put into the agenda as a, to be decided or something, right? Like,
with all the documentation that would
yeah,
have gone
like, I
with
don't
it. Yeah.
think we should exclude public the documentation, and if council says, no, that shouldn't be discussed, or yes, it should be discussed, right? It would come before council. Right? That's how I kind of see it.
And I think that through you, Mr. Mayor, I think there's one other big point to that. I think the way the procedural bylaw is written now is members of council do have the right to have an item put on the agenda if they request it, right? And I don't think that should be taken away, that members of council can't have an item put on the agenda, because that's how it's written now. I think that's very important for democracy and for transparency, that if members of council want an item to be put on the agenda, they're allowed to, and that's what our current bylaw says, and that's what this new one says. But I do agree that if there's a difference of opinion under the staff notes, if it's on a staff report that's coming out and it should go on or shouldn't go on, it's not a request from a counselor, that I think it would be very hard for the clerk to make a decision, should it go on or shouldn't it not go on, and not feel caught in the middle almost, right? So maybe if in those cases, then yes, council can decide if that item can go on. Is that what you were trying to say?
Well, yeah.
I was just trying to avoid having your clerk or your CO in the middle of of an unfortunate situation, which I have to admit, I've been in municipal politics for a long time, and
Well, you
it-
can't
yeah.
be which two against one, because then you're
No.
siding with one over the other.
well, exactly, it's a career limiting move.
So I
Could
think
be.
I think you're right. I think you're right to say leave it up to council.
And how you leave it up to council, I'm hearing what Councillor Lamb said. And there's another possibility too. It simply could come before council and say, this item with all the accompanying documentation shall be on the next agenda. So I guess there's
That's what council decides.
that's when council can decide.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the things that have been a concern to me have been, number one, we end up with too much on the agenda. It's not a question of whether you can, you get a sense of how long items are going to take, right? And having a meeting that goes, goes over curfew, is not generally not a productive thing to do. So you want to allow a proper time for the things that you have that are ready. That's concern number one. I mean, it might be that the item is perfectly good to be on a meeting. It just needs to come to another one. The other thing is that things on the agenda that are not defined are very difficult, and concerned about the public and what they think about it. But if they can't tell if the counselors can't tell what the item is about, because there's no description or no briefing note or anything associated with it. And so what I think we should do to avoid this kind of dispute that we're trying to create a mechanism to deal with is to go back to where it talks about, I guess it's 6.1.5, a member wishes to add an item that's not otherwise on the agenda. See, I think I think 6.1.5 is talking about something that happens in the meeting. I'm trying to get this to happen before the meeting. So, if a member wishes to add an item that's, it should be submitted with some supporting material that is at least sufficient to understand what it is. So that the clerk and the mayor and the deputy mayor in this case can figure out whether this is a good meeting to put it on or not, so, maybe we can solve the problem with process up front, but it seems to me that 6.1 is talking about stuff that happens talking about stuff that happens before the meeting.
Yes.
Because once the meeting happens, then there could be some changes, and there could be some last minute things that have to get stuck on for some reason because of some deadline that we didn't know about or something, right? So, it's not, I don't think we have to worry about the meeting itself, because the council is all there and the council can decide what they want to talk about for that particular meeting. Even if it disappoints somebody, right, who came out thinking that they were going to hear about something and it's been moved to another meeting. But anyway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it also speaks to items that are there, like it says, the agendas will be dealt with in the order which they appear on the agenda unless voted by council. I know through our council, that's already happened once and it was voted that would change it, right? So I do think there is important stuff that happens in here throughout the course of a meeting. And, a perfect example might be a member wishing to add something. It might be, oh, I want to donate $10,000 to the Lions Club for something they're doing. So I bring it up at that council meeting and council makes a vote on it. There's not a bunch of paperwork. So I think that's an example of 6.1.5 in my personal opinion. But I think all those are very valid points to have in there.
So we moved off 6.1.1. Like, is that
Yeah.
okay? I don't think there's gonna be an issue. I just agree with the green part. It's not gonna be a big issue. I don't think, I'll be surprised if anything comes forward, right? But there may be where there's a disagreement, we may get into a meeting and I say, I wanna talk about amalgamation because there's an issue in whatever. I need to add that to the agenda. Nope, you're not going to do that. Who's going to make their mind up as to I guess right now it's the mayor that's able to say that. And I would like it to, if there's a dispute that would come to council, I would make my point, or the mayor may make his point if he wants to add something. And council would decide. That's all. That's, I think, democracy. Anyway. We done with 6.1.1 or are we going to continue to debate it?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, what I'm hearing from majority of council is that if there is a dispute, that it becomes a decision of council as a whole, full stop.
Yeah.
Full stop. And how that actually happens, there's a couple of mechanisms, but you could be forever defining, you'd be down the rabbit hole of defining what that looks like. My sense also is that you're having three people involved in the council agenda, the conversation looks a little different. And it would go, there would be a three-way conversation and your, you know, your CAO or your clerk will kind of hold an equal position in terms of offering an opinion, and then
Yeah.
ultimately the mayor and deputy mayor decide.
Are we on to? page
Well,
50?
yeah, I mean, I am. um, as long as the understanding of this is that we're not gonna call a special meeting of council just to decide what's gonna be on some agenda, it's going,
No, I never
the whole thing is
suggested
gonna
that at
wait
all.
until, so you
I
don't.
never suggested that at all.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, what's being said is it would be on the agenda. And then council can decide that day if it's gonna go on, if there's some big dispute about if something should be on or not, right?
Well, yeah, I suppose, yeah, okay, all right, well, so where are we now? Are we on page
I think page 50, Mr. Mayor.
49? Is there anything, any of these other items on 50 that need anything? Closed meetings has its own special stuff. It's in 6.3, so the answer, what about closed meetings, is it's covered under 6.3. Schedule B, I don't know, I guess, well, we'll come to Schedule B, but yeah, 6.1.4,
And all through you, Mr. Mayor, all I was saying for that was just, if we don't get to an item, say it's an item we don't get to tonight, instead of having it last on the agenda, on the next agenda, just have whatever we don't finish in business. You know, if it's a business matter, tonight, instead of having it third on the business matter for next meeting, it should be first on the business matter for the next meeting, that's all. Whatever we don't get to this at a meeting, if a planning item gets deferred, it should be the first planning item. If it's a business matter gets deferred, it should be the first business matter at the next meeting. Just to make sure they don't continually get deferred for time. That's all I was trying to say.
If I may,
And the
Mr. Mayor,
problem-
that makes sense, because what we usually do, and I've seen this done a couple times, is we'll say under business matters, items deferred from such and such a meeting, and then new business matters. So we kind of break it in two.
Yeah, the only thing I would say about that is that you might have some reason why you couldn't in fact do that. It might, maybe you need your planner or your consultant or something and they're not available at that meeting, so you may not be able to put it. You might have to put it at some other place in the meeting. That's all.
We could defer the procedural bylaw, which we've done before.
Well, as you know, I don't like that being the stopgap. We could, if we're gonna do that, we could save ourselves a lot of time, trust me. Anyway, items on the, I don't know. I just don't know that you can guarantee that they'll be heard before any new business matters. That's what you would try to do, I guess, but.
And I think through you, Mr. Mayor, it's the same as 6.1.3. The council meetings will consider the items to be dealt with in the accordance with the order, you know. That's okay to say. Certainly it's okay to say that at the next meeting, we'll continue where we left off for items, right?
Okay, well, I guess, yeah, I mean, I guess you got a way out of it. All right, so fine. What else have we got on this page?
If you
6.1.8 addresses the concern that I raised. And 6.
Yeah, I think for 6.1.8, I've asked that it be updated to read similar to what we have already. So my recommendation for 6.1.8 was any member may have an item placed on the agenda by submitting in writing the item to be placed on the I think I meant the agenda. Where do I have agenda to the clerk's office no later than 1 p.m. 9 business days prior to the meeting, except for special council meetings where it will be provided to the clerk's office no later than 72. Obviously, we'd have to change that to maybe 24, 48 hours. And that's really just going back to exactly what we have written already. I think it's very, to me, it's one of the most important comments in this whole document, that currently council can have an item placed on the agenda. That will continue to be able to have items placed on the agenda as long as we meet the deadlines that are defined in the procedural bylaw, which would now be 9 business days instead of, I think currently it's the Wednesday before, so it's not much time, right? So to give a lot more time to say 9 business days. I feel very, very important about that one.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm not, I'm agree. What I'm a little concerned about, except for special council meetings. So special council meetings are set as typically 1 item, occasionally 2. So if a councillor wants something added to a special council meeting, then the whole notice process has to restart. And I'm not sure that's the actual intent of a special council, which means if we're giving 48 hours notice, then we have to give that 48 hours notice again.
I can make it simple and take out any reference to except for special count. It doesn't even need to be there whatsoever. Because I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense because the special and the emergency meetings are just that, they're special.
Yeah. But, okay, so I still don't understand what, my understanding of 6.18 is this. Members wishing to have a matter placed will provide the clerk with sufficient details and all of that kind of thing. My assumption is that that all comes before the draft agenda is prepared. And then the clerk and the mayor and the deputy mayor are gonna look at the draft agenda. Right? This is not after they've already done that and the agenda's been published and somebody comes along, a counselor comes along and says, no, I want this to be added. Right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's correct. This is saying that should Councillor Nash wish to have something on the agenda that in keeping with our current procedural bylaw, which says the Wednesday before, that this new one will say that as long as Councillor Nash or whoever it might be may submit the request in writing before 1 p.m. 9 business days before the meeting, we'll have that item placed on the agenda. And that just gives, again, council members a right to add items to the agenda with, of course, proper and due notice instead of council meetings councillors not being able to add anything to an agenda at any time because somebody doesn't want them to. I feel very, very strongly about that.
Well, I understand that you do, but I guess what's the point of having the mayor and the deputy mayor and the clerk review the agenda if the councilor can just say, oh, I want it on anyway, I don't care what you guys think. Right? That's not, we might as well get rid of the reviewing the agenda if we're going to do that.
Well, I think, in all due respect, I think reviewing the agenda is talking to something different than allowing a counselor to have something placed on the agenda. There's 2 totally different things. A counselor can have something placed on the agenda, and I don't think the deputy mayor or mayor could say, no, you can't, unless it's totally outrageous and, breaking 50 different laws or whatever. And I think you'll find in any procedural bylaw, if you read them close enough, they'll say that members of council can have items on the agenda, which is part of the whole democratic policy of any municipality, that as a council member, you are able to have items placed on agendas. This is the whole premise.
Mr. Mayor, through you, as we move this thing along, I agree with Councillor Nash. So let's do a straw poll and See if there's someone else that agrees, and if they do, let's move on.
Can I ask a question? What happens if the agenda already, is pretty full? And, I bring in an item, which I would have to have the Sunday, I would have to get it, to the clerk the Sunday, no later than the Sunday at 1 o'clock before the next meeting. And say that, that meeting was already the agenda that had been prepared and obviously they have to prepare things many weeks in advance. It's not like it's just that week. They decide how many things are going to be on the agenda. So to me, that would be fine. The item could go on the agenda, but it might not be the next agenda. You might have to wait another meeting. I mean, we have to be reasonable here in terms of what we expect to be put on an agenda at any one time. Having had to deal with board agendas for like 28 years, I mean, there has to be some give and take. And so a counselor, myself, would not expect that if I had something and I just brought it 9 days before, I might have been, maybe if I had been talking to the clerk, say 15 days before to say, hey, look, I'm thinking of this. What, is there room on the agenda for one more thing if I get it to you and all the information? But I think we as counselors have to be understanding that we can't just expect, because we managed to pull maybe something together 9 days before, that it can always go on the next agenda. I think that's asking too much, personally. I think if you have it in 9 days before, then it's there, and if it's accepted, it's fine.
The subject at hand that the counselor wants to have on the agenda could already be scheduled for the next, not the next meeting, but the meeting afterwards. And there could be staff reports and things that are coming associated with it, so that it can be all dealt with at once. And I don't think that it's appropriate for a counselor to be able to say, I don't care what if it's, it's got to be on this particular meeting because I have a right to put it there. I have never encountered that in any of my previous experience. There's always some executive function that operates to try to make sure that the items that are being considered are ready for prime time at the particular meeting that they're being scheduled for. And to have people that have the ability to subvert it is not, that process just ends up with frustration and wasted time in council meetings and that kind of thing. And it doesn't help, it's one thing to say, look, I really would, the process you would normally follow would be to contact the mayor and say, or the clerk and say, look, I want to get this on the agenda. What's the best way to do this, rather than to just say, I insist that it be on this particular meeting, and then it just creates a disruption if it's not the right time. So.
Mr. Mayor, in all due respect, part of our issue is, I think, council may feel that a counselor might have an item that they feel is very important that maybe the mayor and deputy mayor and clerk don't feel is important, and they really want to talk about it and they want it on that agenda. They don't want to push 3 council meetings down before it comes and goes by the wayside, or for somebody to say, well, we don't think your report's good enough, so we're not going to put it on. Well, maybe that's a report that council member wants on it, right? That's why it's there. And the agendas haven't been created by then. I don't think in any time that I've been on council, or any time I've listened to it, there's been a counselor that's put on an agenda that takes 3 hours to discuss. Normally they're not super detailed, for the most part. Anyways, I'm asking that it be there the way it currently's been there for the procedural bylaw for the last 15 years, and it seems to have worked perfectly fine for the last 15 years, and why we need to change it now, I don't understand. So I'm asking that it be updated to the way it is. I think Councillor Lamb had asked for a straw vote, so if we want to do a straw vote and if I get outvoted, so be it, I get outvoted.
Okay, we'll have this, I guess we'll have the straw vote then.
I just want to point out that right now, if we pushed all this back to 9 days, right now you can do it on a Tuesday before the next. but
Yeah.
We pushed it all out, right? It's a lot more time, right? We've never had a problem when I could send an email to Michelle on a Tuesday night saying, I'd like to add this on an agenda. There's never been a problem in 16 years that I know of. So again, like, I think what Councillor Nash is asking isn't unreasonable. Let's
Yeah.
do a straw vote. I agree with Councillor Nash, so rest need to weigh in and let's move on, please.
Councillor Bray?
At this point, if we're saying that we're including what's in blue on the side up into the last word meeting before it goes into except for special counsel, is that what we're looking at? Is that what we're saying we want in there?
I think so.
I think there's, Councillor Bray, I think there's a spelling or a grammar, so I'll reread what Ed said. Any member may have an item placed on the agenda by submitting in writing the item to be placed on the agenda to the clerk's office no later than 1 p.m. 9 business days prior to the meeting. And that's the same wording we have now, was just changed 1 p.m. 9 business days from the Tuesday or Wednesday before.
I think it should be in writing or by email.
We consider email writing.
Yeah.
We
That
consider
is-
email
yeah,
writing,
right.
yes.
Sorry.
So, Mr. Mayor, what, just for some clarity, so what that does, if council recalls, I don't think it was the last meeting, but the meeting before, I had a little timeline, so council members submit, and if 5 council members submit something to the agenda, the clerk's office pulls that together and everything else, so it's either 8 or 7 days, I'd have to check my listing, that the agenda actually goes to the mayor and deputy mayor, so they're actually, the way it works now is the mayor already has the draft agenda by the time any member of council, the mayor has the draft agenda on Tuesday, but any member of council can add something to the agenda on Wednesday. So it just means there's an update to the mayor. Oh, by the way, there's this item added. So this timeline, if 9 business days, actually allows the flow of the improved timelines for everything. And it's actually 9 business days as opposed to
Oh, okay.
calendar days.
So, okay, so I can agree to that.
And so the one, you don't need the 1 p.m. stuff in 6.1.5 because it's already in 6.1.6, no?
I think we're talking.
6.1.6 applies to members, staff, or the public. 6.1.5 applies to members, so I don't know why you would have to even repeat the 1 p.m. But I accept the fact that the 1 p.m. 9 business days applies to 6.1.5 by virtue of 6.1.6, no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we're talking about 6.1.8 right now. And I think it's just easy to have 1 p.m. there, so it's easy to, I'd like to move on here, but just to say, it's 1 p.m. 9 business days before, so somebody doesn't send it at 2 and then said, oh, if you looked 3 items above, it was actually 1 p.m. the deadline. It's just spelling it out in very clean, precise text, nothing more. Anyways, I'll be in favor of my.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, 6.5 again, 6.1.5 is talking about what happens in the meeting. All right. All right, well, I guess I'm opposed to it. I'm still opposed to it. Councillor Woods?
Yeah, I'm okay with the change to the 9 business days, the 1 PM. That's what we've been consistently using, and to me, doesn't make any point in not doing it. Stays
Okay,
in,
all right, fine. Well, let's move on then.
Where are we now?
We're at 6.1.10, I guess. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, are those changes material? What is it?
And since it was my change, I'll just try and, all I was trying to change is where it says, second paragraph, where it says deputations will be limited to 10 minutes in length. To say per delegation. Right? And then, of course, we can override our own thing if we want, but if we want to change it to 15 minutes for delegation, I don't think I want speakers to go on and on and on. We need things to move forward. And it says if there are 2 speakers on the same matter, 5 minutes each. Right? So it doesn't matter to me. I was just trying to say 10 minutes is your delegation timeline period, whether it's 1 speaker, 2 speakers, 4 speakers. So I don't care how it gets updated or anything, but just a very quick and innocent little comment. That was it, nothing more.
Okay, is everybody okay with those suggested changes to the per speaker stuff?
sure.
Any objection? No? Not seeing any. Okay, so just the question of members asking questions. Limited members asking questions for clarification, additional. Members will not enter into debate with the. Maybe it should be members and deputants will not enter into debate or something like that if you want to. Because you're right. I mean, it's.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just think it's really important that in the future, no matter what the topic or what the deputation is, that it's limited to council members asking questions of the deputation. And that's it, right? And they can answer a question, obviously, but it's not a debate. It's not we just don't enter into debates. That's the way it's supposed to be done. And I know through, God rest his soul, Chris Armstrong used to let him go on and whatever. And I just think it's important because I think that's how it gets out of control. Yeah. And so I think we've got to make that pretty clear to people when they ask for a deputation in the future.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, all I was trying to say here is right now, the last sentence we show is members will not enter into debate with deputants. So what I've suggested to add after that, so it would end up reading, members will not enter into debate with deputants. And then we're going to add the section, and the deputants will not enter into debate with members, or they may be removed from the meeting. Right now, we say that I, as a council member, won't debate the deputant, but we don't say the deputant can't debate me. So all I'm saying is, whoever's doing the presentation isn't going to debate council. If they start debating, they can get kicked out. Or kicked
Is
out.
that last part really necessary?
I was just going, well, yeah, I mean, you're right, it can happen, but I was just going to say members and deputants will not enter into debate, right?
Perfect.
Why
Yeah,
why
that'd
don't
be
you say
fine.
that?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Great.
Did that solve the problem? Okay, members. and Deputants will not enter into debate.
And my next comment has nothing to do with this. It's already been addressed earlier, so it's removed.
Good, let's move on to page 52.
Meeting, so. All right. So we've got 51, 52. Uh-oh. Thinks it wants to restart my computer. Let's not do that. Restart later. That'll lose us some time. Okay, what do we got here? We've got question period. This is the question period. This is questions from the public, right? Or is it? Yes. Correspondence, consent agenda. question period.
It's just that they can talk. They can ask whatever question. Doesn't have to be related to the agenda. I think. it should be
Yeah.
Crossed out. Was, I think, my suggestion.
But are you okay if we agree that if you take out what's in red?
All questions from the public, yeah, that's what I want.
You're not gonna stop them from talking about something that's not on the agenda, right?
I
No.
think if they sit here for 3.5 or 4 hours.
Yeah.
Want to ask a question.
Yeah,
we
no,
should give them.
but that's, okay, so
Even Mr. Can is nodding his head on that.
are we, so are you okay with the red being taken out as per the clerk's suggestion?
Yep.
Okay, my gosh, we're almost finished and we before we get to curfew even.
Not much more.
No.
It's gonna go
3
fast.
pages.
Yep. Yeah, closed meeting agenda, 6.3. Now, there's a line there that says only items noted in the closed meeting agenda package can be
What about page?
Page 28, Mr. Mayor.
page.
53 of 120.
Skipped over a page.
Oh, I'm sorry, might be right. I've got notes on it too. Okay. Is this not already, what is that? Bylaw amendment? Is there a problem with any of that?
You're on page 28, Mr. Mayor. Page 53 of 120. I think is where we are.
I'm
There you go.
sorry, I just, I get these. All right, I keep flipping the wrong page here. So members of council will have the ability to ask question or comment on a topic. Well, I guess my question is, why would they not? What is this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the only reason I added that is there was some discussion a number of meetings ago how maybe we shouldn't have time for counselors to ask questions during question times. So I just wanted to put it in there that yes, every member of council will have the opportunity to ask questions or say comments during question time. Because it was talked about, maybe we want to get rid of it before. So I put it in to make sure it was there.
Well, I don't know. I guess sorry, it looks like we're lumping two things in here. We're looking, are we lumping in counselor items and I guess we got to look at the schedule to determine that, but are we lumping in this section, are we lumping in counselor items and questions from the public? Is that where?
I was, because there was no spot that I
'cause
could
I don't-
find for
yeah,
counselor questions.
I mean, well, I don't know.
But if, through you, Mr. Mayor, if a counselor had a question, wouldn't they bring it up during council meetings? Be the place to bring it
But
up.
we haven't covered counselor items in here.
Yeah, there is no council.
Oh, there's no council.
See, I don't know, well, there's no section in the procedure bylaw about it, but it's in the schedule, it's just,
Oh,
I was looking at this thinking, well, okay, if a member of the public asks a question, that means that everybody on council gets to answer them or something, I didn't,
Yeah,
that's
no,
not what
that's-
you're suggesting, I hope.
through
that-
you, Mr. Mayor, no, I was referring to. There, like I put it there because I didn't find a spot for counselor questions. So when it said question period, it
Yeah.
didn't define that it was public.
Well, I don't, it's not like I have an objection, I just didn't understand what the problem was that we were trying to solve here, but.
Well, just what you said, Mr. Mayor, if someone asks a question and you answer it, and someone else on council has further information or clarification or whatever, they've always been allowed to say.
Yeah, they have, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not, I
That's
guess,
not gonna get rid of that, right?
no, it doesn't matter. If you want to put it there, I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you.
So. What else have we got? Agenda packages will include all. Wherever possible, all correspondence, minutes, reports, and information necessary for the business of the agenda. Well, we're down on 6.1.6 now, I think, right? And again. There's another one of these, make reasonable effort to, which, I mean, I would leave there. I agree with the intent of it, but.
And again, I think we've cleared it up. If something wasn't included, there is no recourse from this, but I think all I was trying to simply say throughout this whole document was we'll include the stuff where we can, documents will be included or dates will be adhered to. Again, nothing in here could cause any repercussions, just saying this will be our procedure, that we will include them, we will do this, we will do that. So again, this isn't a, now there was a 1-page email that was missing. Now what are we gonna do? This is just to say, you know, we're gonna include the reports that we need. We're gonna do these things, you know, just as a procedure. That was all. Cause I know it's the same comments through, like, there's about a whole bunch of these next 8 comments are just repeat over and over and over, right? So I don't want to get stuck on talking about each of the items over and over, right? So.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the wording of this, of everything that's on page 53, just the way it is. I don't. Under 6, 16, 17, or even 6.2. I don't know. You have a comment? No? So what are we doing? Are we gonna put any of these changes in or not?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, does anybody have a problem with what I've proposed?
Well, you know, it's that I guess. You know, there's. If we're going to agree that no one is going to make an issue out of the fact that that something didn't get done on a particular time, then that's fine, but we can't be having attacks on the staff saying, well, you didn't get this out on a particular time, or you didn't, you know, there was a motion missing or something like that. I mean, with the size of staff that we have, this is going to happen from time to time.
And I think
And there is no, you know, sort of legal recourse. It's just, it happens. So for the reasonable effort makes it clear to everybody that it's not, that there may be some exceptions. I don't know, like it's,
and through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we've already commented throughout the meeting tonight that, yeah, there is no consequences in here. So I'm agreeing with what you're saying to that aspect.
well, I don't know who besides Councillor Nash wants to take all of these things out. I mean, I guess that's all these.
Well, I had suggested an hour and a half ago that we make something to say, yeah, it's 3 business days or 2 or 48 hours. Less extraordinary circumstance. This, some qualify, right?
Maybe add
Just add
extraordinary circumstances.
unless
Mm.
on, extraordinary circumstance, that would be just about anything. right? So I think it sort of gets rid of this, well, you didn't do it 3 days, so therefore we can't. Like add some qualifier, just some little qualifier, so there's an out that would prevent some counselors saying, we didn't do it 3 days before, so we can't have this, we can't do this, we can't do. That. So I think that's the only solution I can come up with.
You know,
Their own language.
but all of these things that Councillor Nash is seeking to remove are those little gotchas, the little things that say, well, wherever possible, make reasonable effort to. Additional circumstances may require more time, wherever possible. They're all little escape clauses, and I mean, I guess we could put something, we could put some statement at the beginning of the thing or somewhere that says, these are expectations. I'm only concerned because, as you know, the deadlines have become issues on various things,
And I'm okay with that through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry. I'm okay with adding something somewhere else, but this is a procedural bylaw. You don't write bylaws with escape clauses everywhere. It's the whole purpose
well,
of a bylaw. So
okay,
just-
because I have,
just let me finish if you might.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you
Sorry.
don't write it with escape clauses everywhere. That's the whole purpose of it. And if it's gonna be escape clauses everywhere, there should be escape clauses for every counselor and every employee. Right? That's why I'm saying just remove it. We've removed them everywhere else, so just remove it here. I know we're getting on to 4 hours of our meeting now,
Yeah.
so that's what I'd ask, but I'm only one vote, so.
Okay, so, well, all right, the clerk has reminded me that we do have a curfew motion that we should do, so I'm going to, ask for us to pass this. Whereas section 9 of the Municipality of Whitestone procedural bylaw number 40-2020-12 as amended, being a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council, its committees and boards of the Corporation of the Municipality of Whitestone states, no item of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 3.5 hours of the meeting unless authorized by a resolution supported by 2/3 of the members to an additional 1/2 hour. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the October 3rd, 2023 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 3.5 hours and continues for an additional 1/2 hour. It's moved by Councilor Bray moves, all right. And you're seconding, Councilor?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, all right, well. We have a mover and seconder. Oh, we'll see if everybody is in favor.
Councillor Bray? Oh,
yeah.
Hold on, I move an amendment. We're never gonna get through our business in a 1/2 hour, or 3-minute technicolor, but too much. Gotta be at least an hour.
Well, then you gotta proceed, you gotta suspend the procedure bylaw then.
Proceed, like we cannot, this is what we were talking about, extra meetings. Now we can't do it, so we won't be able to discuss anything in closed until 2 weeks from now. It's ridiculous. Like, we gotta be able to say it's an hour, or a 1/2 hour from now, do it again, right? That will, I don't know what the best way to do it.
So you have a
We won't even
motion,
be out of this meeting, let
Yeah.
alone the closed
you
meeting.
have a motion on the table. It's been moved and seconded, so you need to vote on that. And if that's defeated, then you have a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw in order to allow the meeting to complete.
But we can defeat this,
You can defeat it, yes.
and it has to be 2/3, did I hear? I had heard 2/3.
What has to be 2/3 of
To
council
pass
has
it.
to agree to
But in the
move.
new procedural bylaw, we got rid of all this 2/3 stuff.
You did,
Okay.
yes.
You're gonna call the question then?
Yes, so you're voting on the additional 1/2 hour. Councillor Bray,
No.
Counselor Lamb,
No.
Counselor Nash,
No.
Counselor Woods,
No.
Mayor Comrie,
No.
okay, that motion is defeated. Want to write it or do you want me to? So I'll take that.
I suggest the motion.
That the council of the municipality, you're gonna move it? That the council of
I-
Munis-
I'm sorry. That the council of municipality of Whitestone suspend the procedural bylaw and, and, continue till the agenda is completed. We need to stop a second time, we can stop a second time. Just continue till we're done. Otherwise, I'll be asking for a special meeting 2 days. And I'm on Zoom.
Okay, so you're moving that motion?
I'll move it, yeah.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that. Mr.
I don't hear anybody.
I'll
Oh,
second that,
sorry.
Mr.
So Counselor Lamb, Counselor Nash. Okay, I guess you call the question. I'll just comment. I'm very, very concerned about an open-ended thing. I think we should, we should finish what we're doing now. We can do a few of the items. We don't have to do everything that we haven't closed, right?
All the vote.
Okay,
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie,
no,
that motion carries.
all right, so where were we? Things that are suggested, that take out all the reasonable efforts and everything else that's on page 53 is that, go ahead.
I would just add the thing, unless extraordinary issues exist to all at the end.
To everyone, or do you want to just put it in
All
one
these-
place?
They're gonna like leave it in, but put unless, it's 3 days unless extraordinary circumstances exist. That's the best I can come up
Okay,
to navigate this thing and
all right, replace with,
get out of gotcha moments and all this rest.
I'll find some wording and,
unless extraordinary
Issues exist. I don't-
circumstances exist. Yeah, okay.
and on that same theme, I know I'm going backwards. Not because the meeting's extended. I'm slightly uncomfortable with, where there was a reference to certain items being given to the clerk's office by 1 o'clock on a certain day. That makes no sense to me as a clerk. If we're preparing an agenda, we're preparing it that day. The agenda for the most part would probably be prepared. If somebody wants to add something at 3 o'clock because they had a late lunch or it's 4, that's fine. It's that business day that makes sense. I don't think we should be restricted for 1 o'clock. It makes no sense. It makes no sense for council or staff, and circumstances, as you say, get in the way. So best intentions are that, and frankly, as long as I'm the clerk, if a council member said to me or a staff member said, listen, I've got something for the agenda. I won't get it to you by 4 o'clock by the end of your day, but it'll be in your email first thing in the morning. I consider that acceptable too. And that's simply because we're Whitestone and we have to have a measure of understanding.
Flexibility.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my 2 comments on that.
So Michelle, are you suggesting adding something similar, it sounds like, to that?
Yeah, I think there should be a broad statement through the whole document, is that,
Maybe there can be a broad one just put in one spot.
that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So leave it with me, because if we just repeat ourselves after every clause, it makes no sense.
Mhm.
So the intention is you meet the deadlines, unless circumstances, unfortunate
fine.
circumstances. So that puts everybody on their toes.
That's fine by me.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so are we on to 6.3?
And if I
Close-
might, Mr.
Closed
Mayor,
meeting agenda, are we?
I believe so.
Yeah, go ahead.
All I was gonna say is, since it was my comment, all I was wanting to say here, I'll read it out, because I know it's hard to get what I was trying to say, unless you change the words in the sentence. So what I wanted to try and say here was, members will not share in any manner with others whom do not have approval to view the materials. That's kind of what I was wanting to say. I think it's perfectly fine if I need to photocopy or scan or otherwise reproduce whatever I might, maybe I want to make comments on something, so I shouldn't be not allowed to photocopy a closed thing for me to make comments on. But I do, and I think everybody will feel strongly that if I make a photocopy, if I make a scan, if I take my pink pages, I should never give them to a member of the public or anybody else who does not have approval to view that material. So I think we can just clean it up by saying members will not share in any manner with others who do not have approval to view the materials of the closed session agendas, including all agenda packages. It just cleans it up. If I want to photocopy something, it's fine, but it's my responsibility not to give it to somebody. And we're saying that you will not give anything that's not supposed to be given to somebody to anybody else. That's all.
All right, comments on that?
I don't know how you would police it in. I
Well,
don't care.
yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to those changes, actually. It doesn't,
Okay,
um,
here we
the-
got another make
the
reasonable.
the next one had to do with, well, it said where, yeah, it was sort of that, wherever possible. By the way, I don't think we use the word shall in the procedure bylaw, but agenda packages will include. Well, I don't know, what's,
And I'd say for that, again, if we have something that's covered off, that the clerk drafts up earlier in the document, wherever it might be, that, you know, if there's a circumstance that it's not there, it's no big deal. But in general, it will include all the pertinent information. But then there's that clause that we're gonna put in to cover a whole bunch of these things, which should just be added with this item as well. Same as what we've done for others.
well, okay, so. Are we just taking out the wherever possible? Is that what people want to do? Sorry, but, say what you just said.
Yeah, I'd say take it out and then, if the clerk can, or the, CAO can come up with other wording to put in, at the first, that would be great.
And it's got reasonable effort again, and we'll have the draft motions available. Well, but it says however, well, it's this usual thing. We gotta have something, I guess, but. Draft motions. I don't know. Or do we, are you going to come up with a rewording for that last paragraph? Madam Clerk?
I think that'll relate to a similar clauses.
Yeah, I didn't mean
Yeah,
now, I just
yeah,
meant.
yeah. Yeah, it'll look the same as the one in wherever we discussed that earlier for regular agendas.
Yeah. All right, so that's page 54. The last page is 55.
Just one thing, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I think it's just, never mind, I was talking about the legal review, it's already been crossed out, so never mind. And on the very last page, again, I want to apologize to all members of council for my my comments. I tried to get them in, but I didn't get them in quite in time, so I appreciate us going through them today. And the very last comment, I know again, it's mine. All I was trying to say under item number 7 was simply, is number 7 not maybe covered off on item 3.2? If we just flick back to 3.2, which is item or page 34 of our agenda, suspension of procedural bylaw, is not maybe cover off item 7? Maybe not, but it was kind of like a question more than anything. And if it doesn't, great, leave it in. It was just 3.2 cover off 7 or vice versa.
If I may, so previously we talked about suspending the procedure bylaw. This is repealing it or amending it,
Okay.
right? So you decide you want to add or remove something with permanence. That's where item 7 gives you, there has to be notice and.
So it's different, yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
so perfect. I removed that comment. And I know my other 2 questions you had here, I know the second question, what about sections for other boards? That was already covered off previously at the first meeting. And I think Robert's rules, about my comment about Robert's rules, I think that might already be somewhere else if I'm correct. And if it's not, maybe we can add
You
it.
know where it is?
Yes, I do, actually. I will point it out to you. So under scope, on page 26 of 120, if a provision is not made herein, the procedure to be followed shall be that found in the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order.
So I have no more comments. They can all be removed.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I had 2 or 3 general things at the beginning, hopefully won't be too long. I would like to put into the document that if a chair of the meeting, I think it's the chair, declares a pecuniary interest, that the member or the chair cannot chair that portion of the meeting.
Yeah, that was,
I just want to.
we went by that somewhere and I saw it, but I don't think there was any discussion about it.
As long as it's in the document.
Well, the thing is, I don't remember, it was in one of the little comment.
Well,
Would you know where it?
I don't know, the clerk just make sure it's in there somewhere if council agrees.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Okay,
pretty much standard practice, yeah.
okay, good. The second thing, and again, I know you get into this deputy mayor stuff and whether you're ceremonial or not, and I see it as more than that, but anyway, I think that that if the mayor is unable to attend a meeting, that the deputy mayor of the day, whoever that is, should chair the meeting. I don't think, and I would like to have that into the procedural bylaw. If for some reason the deputy mayor and the mayor are not in the room, the other 3 councillors are in here, that, you know, somehow between the 3 of them that they decide. Some of this stuff may be in there, but I think if both the mayor and deputy mayor are unable to chair a meeting, the clerk will call a meeting. Okay, so that second part is covered, but I do think that if the mayor is in here, the first go-to should be the deputy mayor to chair the meeting.
So if you look at 3.4, Councillor Lamb,
If it's in there, fine.
in the absence of the mayor, if they refuse to act, the deputy mayor will chair, council.
Okay, so that's covered. That's okay. And the other thing that's important, I've spoke to it a couple of times, if for instance, the mayor and the deputy mayor are on Zoom, that it's covered that someone in the room here will, if the other 3 councillors are in the room, then somehow they would decide on who chairs the meeting or something.
That's correct. So,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
yeah, covered.
Okay, that's all my questions. Except where do we go from here? We're finally finished.
Well, sorry, I just have one more thing.
Oh, sorry.
On this last page. Which I noticed when I was going through it, and it's an item that I raised at the very original discussion. I think that there should be a separate thing, a section in here that's just a number 8 or number whatever that says something like the following: no resolution or action of council shall be invalidated solely as a result of failure to follow any provision of this procedure bylaw. And that is a normal thing that you see lots of times in legislation. But it is an attempt to have to short circuit someone, and it's an attempt to short circuit someone turning around and saying, you council did not follow the procedure bylaw, and we passed a motion, and that motion is therefore invalid because because it wasn't properly on the agenda or it wasn't something else. And it prevents people from then going into trying to invoke various, complaint mechanisms that might exist, like the ombudsman, or not that they have any power to undo anything, or going to court, or doing any of those other things. And it's a recognition of the fact that from time to time there will be, there'll be things that get missed for some reason or other. So I think it should be there. And it's consistent with the notion that there are really no consequences for failure to follow the procedure bylaw. But here again, what we're trying to do is to prevent somebody from or to signal to people that you can't argue, well, because this wasn't properly on the agenda, or it should have been the vote wasn't taken properly, or some other kind of thing, the decision that council made is invalid. Right, so I think there should be such a clause there, just to kind of set the tone. Anyway, that's my suggestion.
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, in my review of other procedure bylaws, I have seen that in slightly different wording, but in other words, you approve your curfew 10 minutes later than you normally should or expected to do. It doesn't invalidate any decision made during that time frame.
Yeah.
And
As an example.
I was just gonna ask if it wasn't maybe other procedural bylaws, and if we're able to say it, maybe we just get a legal review to say, yes, that's okay to say. And if it's okay to say, then we say it. Just make sure it's something that other procedural bylaws have.
We have to ask just a quick question. Take 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can follow up
Okay.
on that.
So
Sorry, I did have one question, one last thing. It was on curfew. Right now on 6.5, I don't know how I missed it. It says no items of business may be dealt with at a council meeting after 3.5 hours of the meeting unless oh yeah, I think we just updated it to say we can authorize whatever time it is. Never mind, we already did do it. That's why there's no comment there now, sorry.
So, just do one last kick at the cat. The clerk's recommendation at the end of page 54, the very end. Only items noted in the closed agenda shall be discussed. I guess that's a legalistic thing, is it? Because be careful that you don't get into close, which the public's not supposed to know anything about.
Right.
And then someone say, hey, oh, by the way, can you give me a quick update on that? And say, nope, you gotta wait a month, right? You can't do that till next month's close, right? Like, again, don't pan us in, all of us, if we don't need to, right? I'm not saying that you get into close and all of a sudden, once you go into close, you bring up a whole bunch of new items and like that, but all my years in council, supposed to say this, all my years in council, there's been items brought up, as an aside of items that have already been closed that someone just wants an update or asks a question of. So if that's completely offside from now on, then
What I could say, Councillor Lamb, is that my discussion with the integrity commissioner indicated that if you can add items to a closed session meeting, but you need to do it in an open session. So before you go into, when you approve the agenda, you can say, I've got one more item for closed, and you have to be as vague as appropriately possible. You say, I have one more staff item, and likely you've talked to the clerk about it or the mayor.
Okay,
Then you can do it, but you can't do
Okay.
it when you're enclosed.
okay. thank you.
Anything substantial.
Okay, thank you.
So is there anything else that you want to raise about this procedure bylaw?
Other than what's gonna happen from here.
I'm sorry? Okay,
When can we pass it?
okay, so when can you pass it?
Okay, so I need to give you a little
Go ahead.
bit of information. So it's going to take me I'm
You gotta go to the public, do you?
we do. So just in terms of doing all of the edits that you came up with today, it's going to take a bit of time. So I'm out of the office Thursday and Friday. Monday's a holiday. I have an all-day meeting on Tuesday. So just kind of give you, it's going to take me a week or so to get all these improvements made.
Sorry,
So our
sorry.
So our notice bylaw says if we're going to pass a procedure bylaw, we do have to give the public notice, and I think it's 14 days. I meant to bring it with me today, but there's an element of time. The newest challenge in terms of our notice bylaw, which we're going to have to amend, and I'm going to try to bring an amendment to the October 17th meeting, if I can pull it together, is that the notice bylaw says that we advertise in the local newspapers. We do not have local newspapers anymore to advertise in. So I'm waiting for a legal.
Digital.
We do, but I'm waiting for a legal opinion, and I've talked to other clerks, and everybody's scurrying to amend their notice bylaw, because there's all sorts of things we put in the newspaper, whether it's a shore road allowance or a public meeting from, in terms of the Planning Act. So we've got to make sure we get it right so that we don't get challenged. So I don't have an answer for that. I may have more information for you on October 17th, and then we're going to have to give notice to the public. I'm thinking that council is going to want to not have one last kick, but you're going to want to see the procedure bylaw, and I'm going to have I'm going to do the edits. I'm going to have someone else look at my edits. So it's going to take a couple of weeks, but we're much closer than we were 2 weeks ago. I would suggest we'll be into maybe December. Just saying.
When is council first year anniversary? December?
November 15th.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
we're gonna be over here.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. So I'll once I look at all the timelines, get my legal opinion on the notice bylaw.
when do we start it, in December? Did we start it in
Was,
November?
No, this actually was maybe presented to council at the December meeting as a draft.
Let's try to get her done before our first anniversary.
Okay. So I have a few timelines to work on, but leave it with me, and there's some, not only the editing that we talked about today, but the final careful editing that you want to do in a document that we haven't looked at closely. So we're getting close.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so are we ready to move out of committee of the whole then?
Blue Jays lost 3-1.
Okay, so mover and seconder to reconvene into regular meeting, please. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by
I'll second that.
Councillor Bray. Call the question, please. CIO. Clerk.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes. And we're
Thank you.
8:06 PM.
Motion's carried at 8:06 PM.
So that's done, and the next one would be,
Matters arising, Mr. Mayor.
oh, okay, yeah. Well, so the suggestion is that we have a motion to receive that the presentation from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Kashagaba Dam reconstruction and divestment be received for information. Mover and seconder, please.
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wood, seconded by
I'll second it.
Councillor Bray. Want to call the question?
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you, carried.
Well, that one's done. Let's see what else we got. Review of proposed amendments and refinements. I don't think we need anything on that. We just, do we? You got your marching orders? No?
Yeah,
Correct, or do you wanna
I
push-
can make a note of council direction if you're agreeable to that, or you can pass a motion.
Was there another more detailed?
No,
motion, or-
no,
Oh, no, that's the consent.
I was unsure of where we were gonna be.
All right. So I'll just put into that, it's not. So that brings us to the consent agenda, I think. So we've got a bunch of things. here. I'm going to read it to you. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the consent agenda consisting of council and committee meetings, committee meeting minutes. That's item 7.1, and there are 4 of them. The regular council meeting minutes for Tuesday, September 19th, the special council meeting minutes for Monday, September 25th, the special council closed meeting minutes for Tuesday, September 26th, and the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center Library Board meeting minutes for July 10th, 2023. And 7.2 is the unfinished business listed on page 4. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the following council meeting minutes. The regular council meeting minutes for Tuesday, September 19th, 2023, and the special council meeting minutes for Monday, September 25th, 2023, and the special council closed meeting minutes for Tuesday, September 26th, 2023, and that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone receives for information the Public Library and Technology Center Library Board meeting minutes of July 10th, 2023, and the unfinished business listing contained in the consent agenda dated October 3rd, 2023. So if you can remember all of that, who would like to move it? Please, Councillor Lamb moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. Any discussion on any of those minutes? If not, I'll ask our CAO clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you, Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
It's carried.
Okay. Next, we have accounts payable. We're gonna get a mover and seconder, please, that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information the accounts payable listing in the amount of $322,010.97 for the period ending September 28th, 2023. Moved by Councillor Nash, seconded by Councillor Lamb. Any discussion?
Yeah, just to
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councillor.
just a comment on page 84, 120. Aaron Burles, another $11,317. My goodness gracious, he's gonna be driving a new Porsche by the end of it. It really, really, really concerns me how high our legal bills are. I blow them right out of the water. Never, ever have we ever even been close to all my years on council. I don't need a comment. It's just, it's alarming to me. I just want to make that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, I guess we'll call the question, please.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Counselor Woods,
Counselor Woods,
you're muted. Counselor Woods?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with my microphone.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
I'll carry.
that's carried, yeah. Under business matters, we have 11.1 Ontario Public Library Week, October 16th to October 20th. Whereas October 16th to 20th, 2023 is celebrated across the province's Ontario Public Library Week. And whereas during this week, libraries and library partners raise awareness of the valuable role that libraries play in our lives and in our communities. And whereas the Whitestone Public Library and Technology Center serves as a community hub for lifelong learning and plays a vital role in helping citizens of all ages access the information and tools that they need to live, learn, and work. And whereas the board, staff, and volunteers of the Whitestone Library and Technology Center provide a vital service to our community. And whereas this year, the theme for Ontario Public Library Week is Libraries for Life, focusing on the role that libraries play in supporting individual and collective connections to the past and future of our communities, nations, and civilizations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby proclaim October 16th to 20th, 2023 as Ontario Public Library Week in the municipality of Whitestone and encourages all residents to show their support for our local public library by visiting, not just this week, but all year long, and utilize the services that they have to offer. Would like to move that. Councillor Lamb, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Gray.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I got an email today from Eva that I'd just like to read out. I could have brought it up under council items, but I think I'll bring it up here. We'll be holding an open house Saturday, October the 21st to celebrate Ontario Public Libraries Week. We'll have refreshments and we'll highlight library resources and services. In addition, we'll be hosting a Fix-It Fair where library staff and volunteers will be offering assistance and troubleshooting with cell phones, tablets, and other personal devices. Saturday, October the 21st. Good day if you don't know how to work your tablet. So anyway, just thought I'd announce that. And it'll be on Facebook and other places. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Are you ready for the question then?
Thank you, Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
That motion is carried.
thank you. Next, we come to correspondence. Whereas the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone has reviewed the correspondence items as listed on page 8 of the October 3rd, 2023 council agenda. Now therefore be it resolved that council receive the correspondence items for information with the following extracted for further discussion / action. Can I get a mover and seconder and then we'll populate the list? Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor
say.
Nash. Okay, any of these that you wish to highlight? There's only 3 of them.
Number C. Sorry, number C. Or-
Okay, number C is the Solicitor General, and I'm gonna just comment real quick on B if you don't mind, but So B was Housing Affordability Task Force. Housing Affordability Task Force. And C was OPP Detachment Board. Board, which was Councillor Bray. Okay, so just real quick about number B. You will see that there is some material there attached. What happened is there was a report of a task force. And the task force recommended a whole bunch of things. And if you're wondering where some of this, maybe we should look at the Greenbelt came from and so on, it's in that report. I have the report and I'm happy to circulate it to anybody who wants to see it. It's a fairly, well, it's not that thick, it's readable, but what happened in the wake of us getting a new Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, he wrote to he wrote to the heads of council in Ontario and he said, tell us which of these recommendations you think are important and not important, and recognizing the fact that lots of them don't apply to Northern Ontario and so on. But and then he said out a further, and so I thought, well, I don't know, I guess I should reply to it, but I'll maybe send the thing to council and ask people to read it and see what they think. And then he said another thing saying, you don't need council resolutions. I was trying to hear what the heads of council think, right? So, and I think it was because there's a deadline of a week or so in October. So here's the deal. I'm going to try and respond to it, and I don't want to get into the, like, some of it I think is grossly unfair to municipalities and maybe a little biased in some ways as a result of the people who are on the task force and so on. But there are some useful things that we could say, but I would like to provide the opportunity for members of council to look at this. It would be helpful to you because there's been so much public discussion for you to know what these guys said and what the province said. We're going to do all these things, you know, or we're going to try and do them all. So, you know, and if you have certain things that you think, comments that you'd like to make, I would be happy to include them. I'm not, because there's not a lot that we can comment on. I mean, some of it is very Southern Ontario specific, but by the same token, and this is why I'm bringing this up, I believe that there are some things that we could do in Whitestone if we put our minds to it. And I would like us to put our minds to it, to be honest, you know, just to see if there are some things, some initiatives that wouldn't be massive undertakings, but there might be some things we could do. So I kind of, this is a pitch for me to sort of try and engage you in thinking about this. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on the matter, but that's, I think what I'll do is I will send you the report electronically so you can read it. And then if you want to, and I'll just attach a note to it and say, please send me any thoughts you have. I'll try to include them in what I send the guy, because there isn't a lot of time for us to respond, but I don't want to not respond and suggest and have somebody say, oh, well, forget Whitestone. They're just cottage country. They don't care about what we're doing or something, you know. Anyway, so that's my, any other comments right now? Were you going to say something, Councillor Bright?
Yes, I was, because I did read through all the items, and because I'm a little familiar with some of the housing policies that the DSAB has had to work with the municipal Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing before. Certainly things like I would recommend, like we encourage the federal government to participate in the funding, to make the funding anywhere you see it that it says about the federal funding right now, or when I was in housing, to be able to get any federal funding was such a huge job that small DSABs were not able to, we had a very difficult time applying for that funding. So there has to be easier and better ways to provide funding for, in our area, DSABs who have some housing responsibilities, as well as municipalities. And I looked at number 48, call on the federal government to implement an urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing strategy. I mean, they've never really come out and given a good, a full-fledged strategy. Number 50, provide provincial and federal loan guarantees for purpose-built rental, affordable rental, and affordable ownership projects. That still has to continue on. Our one thing that we're going to lack here but we should be working on improving funding to colleges, trade schools, apprenticeships, encouraging and incentivize municipalities, unions, and employers to provide more on-the-job training. We could, that's a good one. Undertake multi-stakeholder education programs to promote skilled trades, and call on the federal government to provide equitable, affordable housing funding for Ontario. And the other one that is really there are many different definitions of affordable housing. Affordable housing is not rent geared to income. It's affordable housing, but we should have one clear definition that everybody can use across the province so that we understand, we all are talking the same language. And the last one I had was number 74, the policy priority of adding to the housing supply, including affordable units, should be reflected in the way surplus land is offered for sale. And that goes for all kinds of surplus land, because they did talk at one time about Crown land, about federal surplus lands. And so maybe it doesn't affect us, but it might affect somebody. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this one? Okay, would you like to just continue with your OPP detachment board? I'm dying of curiosity. I couldn't figure out why this was here because it looked like the same stuff I saw a year ago, but
well,
tell us what's going on.
It is the same probably information that you had a year ago. I don't know because I wasn't here then. But it is our letter back from the ministry stating that they have accepted our proposal. And so now it's a matter of us working towards developing this board, but I think there are a few other steps in between that the ministry has to do before we can sort of go forward. We haven't had a meeting since this came out in July, so we have one in November, and maybe I'll have some more information then for you.
But they weren't asking us to do anything new, right? It just
No, not yet.
was just sort of like to be like, oh, it's telling you it's not a dead issue. We're still.
No, it's just that they accepted the proposal, that's all.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, thank you. So if there's nothing further about these, could we call the vote, I guess, please, and we will move on.
We have a motion to accept correspondence.
This is
Okay.
to receive as correspondence with those two extracted for further discussion.
Very good.
Moved by Councillor Bray, seconded by Councillor Nash.
Councillor Bray,
Yes.
Councillor Lamb,
Yes.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Woods.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
That motion is carried.
Okay, we are at councillor items. Are there any councillor items?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I had a few, but given the time limits, I will speak to them at the next council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Questions from the public? Mr. Can. Um, I guess, sorry, I'm just looking, well, Counselor Woods is not going to hear you. Would you mind going to that mic, please? But we're going to have to turn it on too, is it? Sorry, there's a little button on the back and Counselor Bray's going to do it for you. Does not turn on. Whoops.
Maybe we'll try a different one. Perhaps,
Oh. Yeah, there
So-
seems to be a problem with that one.
Well, that didn't happen Friday.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. I'm gonna be quick because of the lateness of the hours, but I have one comment to make. If you remember a couple of months or so ago, Art Coles and Don Carmichael appeared on Zoom. And I requested a meeting with them. And they promised me a meeting and the residents in September, where they were going to announce that campus of care was no longer going to happen, and that they were going to revert back to the original leases, and the life lease owners would have all their original rights. I haven't heard a word since. Anyway, the two things I wanted to ask about, there was a letter which was sent by, well, first of all the municipalities in West Parry Sound, with the exception of Parry Sound, have declined amalgamation and any studies. In spite of that, Parry Sound wrote to the minister, Paul Calandra, asking them to conduct a study or whatever on behalf of the municipalities that were involved. None of them were involved. Why did they write that letter? And I think that would the council please advise Paul Calandra that nobody is interested, in spite of what Parry Sound said. The second thing is that there's a form being circulated from the fundraising committee, Mayor McDermott and Richard Calverwell, which is full of mistruths, dishonesty, whatever you want to call it. It bears no relationship to reality or truth. It's been distributed to members within Whitestone. Something should be done to advise the public that that letter is not true, and they should ignore it. Thank you.
Sorry, what, tell me again, what letters that you're talking about? No, you can stay, well. I'm not sure what letter you're.
Okay, I found it on Facebook. And it is a letter from Anne McDermott and Richard Calverwell making a series of statements about the Parry Sound pool, most of which are not true. They are desperate. They haven't raised a penny, as far as I can figure out, in donations in 7 months. So they've now come up with this document, which, well, it's not a very honest document. And there are people that are potentially going to be making donations under false pretenses. And I think something should be done about it. If anybody wants to see the document, I can get it and send it to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor?
go ahead.
I can fill you in on the letter. I've seen the letter. It's from Ann and Calderville, Richard Calderville.
Calderhill, yeah.
And basically what it's saying is that we're going to have We're gonna have a pool, it's going to be 6 lanes, we're gonna have a therapeutic pool, we're gonna have a full-size professional type of gymnasium. We're going to have a walking track, we're gonna have this, that, and whatever. All the funding is in place and whatever, right? With no information saying how they're gonna get there, or what they're gonna get there, and they haven't had a meeting in 2 or 3 months, so I guess we'll have to wait to whatever they're going to announce. This month, if they have a meeting, I'm sure they're going to, but it's sort of like everything that was in the original proposal, even more, because it's 6 lanes. Don't worry, the funding's all in place, and the original cost in 218 was 32 million. So God knows what it's going to be. Most projections are that it's up 35–40% in terms of costs. So I guess what we need to do is listen to their meeting this month, because they sure better fill some blanks in for a lot of people, or as Mr. Can says, I don't know, they might be living in a dreamland, I don't know, but maybe there's stuff we don't know, right? That's the other part. So I guess I'll wait until the pool meeting is held and see what comes up. And because there have been, out of, I think, the Archipelago or Carling, sort of motions to say, you better be more transparent on this whole issue, because you haven't been very transparent. And so anyway, I guess yet to be determined, but it seemed to me as if it was a lot of pie in the sky without any substance as to how you're going to get there, how the funding's going to. Maybe the province is going to give another $20 million or something. I don't know. Maybe they'll be able to announce that. Anyway, that's the letter that Mr. Can's referring to. I've seen it.
Okay, well, thanks. I have no information that you don't have, because as you know, Whitestone decided that we do not want a seat at the table, so I don't have a seat at the table, and I'm not.
Perfect. That's how we wanted it.
And I'm not I'm privy to any particular information that isn't made public, so I don't think we can respond to that. But anyway, thank you for and I guess we can pass the message on to our rep, our Belvedere rep, about, because I there again, similar sort of thing. I have no seat at the table, and so I haven't talked to anybody about Belvedere for quite a while.
But
so
we have a seat at the table, being we as a municipality.
well,
through
Debbie Zulak and
But I
she
wasn't
was
sure-
here on
I wasn't sure what
Friday.
Mr. Can was saying. That what were you saying that I know you said they were going to have a meeting, but you said something about they've reverted back to, or they're not abandoning the campus of care, are they? How do you know that?
It came from the residents, the Life owners. They were told by Don Carmichael that the campus of care was not going to happen, and they were going to honor their original leases. I talked to Debbie Zulak about it. She had not heard anything.
Yeah.
She says he makes it up as he goes along. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, once again, there's not very much we can do about that. Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Ed.
All right, well, thank you. I think we are now in a position to move into our closed session. I missed anything, have I? No. So no. Gotta be, oh, sorry, I pulled this. I already pulled it. Getting ahead of myself here. We have a number of items in closed.
Good night.
Good night, gentlemen. Thanks for your perseverance. So could we have a motion that this meeting move into a closed session at 7 p.m. to consider the items that are listed on the agenda, and there's There's-
There's 7 p.m.
I'm sorry?
Didn't you say at 7 p.m.?
Yeah,
Oh,
It's
I wonder where I got that from. There's a blank space. It's not 7 p.m. I'm sorry. But let's just get the
I wish
motion.
it was the.
Mover and seconder to be moving to close, please. Counselor Nash moves.
I'll second.
Counselor Gray seconds. That this meeting move into a closed session and I'm gonna say 8:37 p.m. And I guess you should call the question, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Counselor Bray.
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
No, come. Oh, come on over. Yeah. No, I won't. I won't.
we're just waiting for Counselor Lamb. He's
Go.
momentarily
Ask the rest of them,
indisposed.
and we'll get Counselor Lamb. to come back.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
We have someone on Zoom. It says Ed Can.
Yeah, can you bump that one off, please?
I can,
Might be Mrs. Can or.
there we go.
Thank you.
Okay. So we now have Ms. Counselor Woods, Mayor Comrie, and Michelle Henry on Zoom. Counselor Lamb, you're agreeable to go into closed session?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Very good. That motion is carried.
So we are now back in regular meeting and it is 9:38 p.m. According to my fearless computer clock. And the recording has started, yes, again. So matters arising from our closed session. We need a mover and seconder. Council of Municipality of Whitestone does hereby approve the closed session meeting minutes of Thursday, September 7th, 2023, and the closed session meeting minutes for the special council meeting of September 26th, 2023. Who will move? Counselor Bray moves, seconded by Counselor Lamb.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash, Counselor Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Motion's carried.
And the next one. The confirmatory bylaw. Who would move that? Counselor Bray. I need a second.
I'll second, Mr.
Counselor
Mayor.
Woods, thank you. That bylaw number 65, 2023, being the confirmatory bylaw for the regular council meeting of Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, be given a first, second, third, and final reading and is passed as of that date.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb, Counselor Nash, Counselor Woods,
Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion's carried.
And finally, a motion to adjourn, whereas the business of this meeting is concluded, now therefore resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, looks like about 9:40 p.m. until the regular meeting of Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. or at the call of the chair.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Moved by Counselor Wood, seconded by
I'll second.
Counselor Bray. Thank you.
Counselor Bray,
Yes.
Counselor Lamb,
Yes.
Counselor Nash, Counselor Woods,
Yes. Yes.
and Mayor Comrie.
Yes,
Thank you.
we
That's
are
carried,
adjourned.
and
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Good night, Brian.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, Brian. Hope you're feeling better.
Thanks.